I have come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass. And I'm all out of bubblegum.
If you want to be a wise guy, you can do it anyway. If you want to be a strong man, you can do it anyway. If you want to be an Indian chief, cowboy, you can do it in the ring. You can't do it in the mall.
The most electrifying line in sports entertainment today. If you smell what the Rock is cooking.
Take me if you can. Survive if I let you.
I'm figuring and thinking that nothing's gonna stop the Macho Man Randy Savage now. I'm the man. I'm the icon. And yes, you can't bow. I am God.
The number one show on the net that leads to the best in your head like Goldberg Net. For the punks and the perverts, this is that'll work for Terry Funk and Knox Baker. Check Ishman and Barbie, they got the cheap heat, so sit back and have a seat. They got questions from the fans, in your head is the band from Australia to Japan.
Take down the road, get back to the Mississippi.
We are bigger. We are faster. And we are all night long. All you idiots, punks, perverts, and fools, be sure and tune in and listen to this show.
And we are live once again here at In Your Head Wrestling Radio. I am the internet icon, the pride of the pilgrims, the most honest man in all of podcasting. Satanic Jackie Jones, along with my right-hand man, my audio soulmate, the right hand of the devil himself.
No. I don't know if I can agree to that. That's a little bit more than I bargained for. I mean, like, oh no. Well, I'm here. 1-inch biceps, the power goat, king of all the marks. How do you feel about that, Satanic Jackie Jones?
It will do little what it will do. Hell in your head here on Halloween. You have a nice Halloween, Mr. Biceps?
Yeah, it was all right. I slept through most of it. Slept for the big part of the day, but I got up and we had 76 trick-or-treaters, I believe.
Really? I had 0. I believe this is the 15th year in a row that we have not one trick-or-treater.
It seems like that's becoming more and more standard nowadays, that not many people get, but many trick-or-treaters. It was cold down here, so, but yeah, we had 76, I think.
A very fine year, the year that I was born.
1976.
Yeah, in fact, my bill at the grocery store was 1976 today. And I told the cashier that was the year I was born.
What'd they say to that?
She just looked at me. Like I was like, no one was born that long ago, fool!
Yes, there's still people who are alive that was born in 1976.
If Finch had his way, then they wouldn't be alive for long.
Oh, who says that?
You. I meant you were gonna. You would like me dead.
No. I have family members born around that year.
Oh. How come Satanic Jack has an English accent? For all my years around my young boy Dobbs, it has rubbed off upon me.
I seen he was saying I looked like somebody else on his Facebook page.
Really?
He was kind of he was trolling me for not having hair. I'm like, you know, you said I shouldn't be banning Dobbs, but
You cannot ban Dobbs. It was his birthday just mere 2 days ago.
I wished him a happy belated birthday because I skipped it by one day. I was very busy on Sunday. I believe it was Sunday that was.
He probably said you looked like a handsome man.
He was giving me some grief, I think. He was giving me some grief.
Who did he say you looked like? The Butterbean!
Oh, some like goony looking guy.
Hey, you guys!
He
From the
thi-
Goonies?
Like he thinks I think I'm taking it as a compliment or something. I don't know. He knows what he's doing. You know, it's like, hey, they jab you. They're like, hey, Itcher, you kind of look like him. You'll never get this. I get it. I know.
I
what
must
you're
look
doing.
upon this now. Is it upon his Facebook page?
I was trying to pull it up here. Here it is. I got it right here. This guy right here.
He said Louis Capaldi. You just said he made fun of you for having no hair, and the man has a full head of hair upon his very head.
Who is this guy? I don't know who it is. Hey, this was his comment though, right here. Look at what he said. Let's see if they'll focus.
You could have been you if your hair was grown long and luxurious, my guy. Love J.D. Howard.
Who is this guy? I have no clue who he is. He kind of looks like a goober though.
That is Louis Capaldi.
I don't know who that is.
He is the sexiest man alive, according to the subtext.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah.
That looks like a fine man to look upon.
I'm
Looks
sure
kind of
he's
like
a good
Abyss.
dude. Yeah.
Looks like a young Abyss.
Kind of has a Chumley look to him.
I used to be called Chumlee a lot. No longer.
Wow.
I still do not see this anywhere.
I had it on my feed because I could pull it up, notifications that I was tagged in. I don't know who this dude is, so please explain, Dobbs. I don't.
Who is this man, Mr. Dobbs? The goats of the power inquires who this visage is.
Mm-hmm.
Now I feel like I'm in the Deletaverse. I'm going to be joining the Hardys.
Delete.
Inchman.
Looks like
I did post a poll last week after the fine show.
he says. Looks like Incher with hair. That does not look anything like me. That dude.
Well, now, maybe, if you do not think that man is handsome and sexy, mayhaps it is good, it is fortunate that you do not have hair.
I don't know. He's kind of gooberish looking from what I can tell. So
Dean said it
it
is a fantastic singer.
fantastic.
You must read between the lines.
Said some singer dude. But anyways, so
Is it meatloaf?
no, it's not the meat of the loaf.
My brother sang karaoke for the first time in all of his life. Him and his long-term girlfriend. And they sang a Meatloaf song.
I feel like I'm being talked to by the guy in Clockwork Orange, the dude at the end who's just screaming. Well, the guy that he raped his wife and he realized.
Now you are speaking my language.
No. I'm just giving the plot of the movie. I'm not. We probably shouldn't be talking about that so early in the show.
Yes,
But-
yes. More of this talk, Mr. Lynch.
Why does the YouTube bots pick up on like stuff that's early in the show, but like they just give up halfway through? They're like, oh.
Do not give them ideas! The show will be stricken from the universe.
I'd like, does the bot just say, "Oh, to hell with this! I got some AI art. I got right now."
I do not know, but it is a rule that you cannot say the naughty words within the first 30 seconds.
It figures if you don't say it in the first 30 seconds that you're good.
Yeah, so maybe they think if you're up late, you're all right to hear the naughty language.
Yeah. That's the loophole.
Mr. JoJo Brown, I'm not digging this character work. It is no character! Be gone! Young Jobs, your life is calling. Here we go. The best hot dog chili, Inchman.
This is the poll that you mentioned earlier. Yeah.
15% went with homemade.
Well, that's not fair. You can't put like two like store-bought sauces up against homemade. I mean,
Yes.
homemade can be anything.
I do agree, but I did not add that it was an addition made by the Headyverse itself.
Oh, okay.
Third place out of 5 was one of the actual choices, Custard Stand, with 22%.
Why do we even make these polls? Just whoever I'm in favor for, they lose, and okay, that's good. Whatever.
Second place,
Mm-hmm.
with 28%, was another addition from the Hittyverse, and that was to eat like an adult.
Adults don't eat like chili dogs. Is that what they're saying?
Sucking on a chili dog outside the tasty freeze.
Mm-hmm.
Got the hand between my knees.
It's kind of creepy.
The number one, the winner of the best chili dog in all the Headyverse, Inchman, with 35% of the vote. Skyline Chili.
Thank you, Headyverse. Thank you. I haven't had it, so to be fair, I would have to try it.
You mean you were shitting all over it? You never even tasted the damn stuff?
I've never had it. I mean, I honestly can't give an honest
What if you
opinion.
tasted it and you just, you were like Lexar at a strip club. You're just like, jizz was flying. You'd be like, whoa!
I know Juju thinks it sucks. She said she's had
You'd
it.
be like, the best chili dog ever.
I haven't had it. I would have to go purchase the Skyline chili. I do believe it's sold around.
Or you could go steal it.
No.
That is what Satan would wish.
I think I could pony up whatever they're asking for the Skyline chili at
It is more delicious if it is stolen.
No, satanic Neil Jones or Jackie Jones. I'm sorry. Yeah, I can just purchase it.
Steven Simmons, Chilligate 2023. Towser will see this and get all excited. He'll be bringing his rifle down to the chili stand. Brian Matthew Clatar, he did say, I didn't hear last night's show yet, but I'm always loyal to the Skyline. That is your young boy, and he had not even heard the show yet, so 'tis his honest opinion.
Worst young boy ever.
I do not disagree.
I mean, Dobbs wouldn't disrespect you like that, would he?
No, because he is a smart young man.
He's not like on Facebook.
A wise
calling you, like,
young man.
gooberish looking singer.
He is the only man, the only living human, man, woman, or child, or plant, or insect that I let ride upon my pink bunny while I was in Soho.
Would you say Dobbs has moved past Jason Mitten?
I do not know if he moved past or Jason Mitten has just fallen so hard.
So Dobbs has just stayed where he was, and Jason just went, "Ooh."
Yes. Mikey B. Yes. Mikey B. In the interest of full disclosure, I'd like to share that I'm enjoying tonight's In Your Head while completing the prep of my colonoscopy. Imagine that, intro. This young Mikey B, in preparation to get his anus probed, he is enjoying In Your Head.
Do you just not eat for that, or do they give you like laxatives and make you go a whole lot? Like, what's the deal?
How do you take that, Incha? If you're preparing to have your anus deeply probed, that you would listen to In Your Head to get prepared.
Well, I guess.
No, I believe, Incha, you drink many fluids and it will flush out your system.
No.
It will make you shit a lot.
Yeah.
The liquids will flow like wine. Gatorade and Miralax. Yes, I had to do this in preparation for my reversal.
Miralax. That doesn't sound good, whatever it is.
Yes. So, Mr. Biceps, did you watch the wrestling?
I watched AEW's programming, as in Ring of Honor, Rampage, Collision, and Dynamite. I did not watch anything from WWE. I'm very, I don't know.
That makes me proud.
I think I'm just getting my fill of wrestling from AEW. But, I did like SmackDown when I used to watch it. But, it's been a while since I've watched it, too. I'm having trouble getting back into WWE. One, I don't want to watch Raw because that damn Cody Rhodes is on Raw. And, that's
American
really
Nightmare
unappealing to me. I don't want to watch a show that's booked by a guy who's already lost out on Booker of the Year.
The Davey Meltzer sits upon his throne of power in the wrestling world. He controls who is deemed the greatest of all the wrestling bookers.
Yeah.
Daniel Chad Whitehead, did you know that your ghost has a giant milkshake on his head?
My ghost has whose ghost? Yours?
I have no idea what this man speaks
of. Which one of ours has a ghost and they have a huge milkshake on their head?
I see no ghosts.
Is that a ghost over there over your shoulder on the Frankenstein? Look at Frankenstein. Go down to Frankenstein. Go over just a slight bit other way.
This is an eyeball.
That's an eyeball.
This is an eyeball plucked from a cyclops.
That's pretty.
Leaving him blind.
Jeez. Cyclops eyeball?
For in the land of the blind, a one-eyed man is king, and no longer shall he be.
John Brown says, remember that time Cody broke a throne? Do you remember that?
I do remember. I have a serious question for you. What do you think of a baby babyface Cody Rhodes, who talks about his father in trying to win the title that he never could, while using the name The American Nightmare. For would that not be the American dream?
To win the title, yeah.
Why is it the Nightmare when he is a good guy?
I guess he just doesn't want to be the American dream because that's what Dusty went by. And
But that does not explain the Nightmare as a good man.
Yeah, that's true. I'm not a big Dusty fan either, so I think he's kind of a piece of
Why do you hate the American dream? Why do you hate Sons of Plumbers?
Because he's full of shit. Because everything he says is disingenuous.
He sounds like my kind of fellow.
But I mean, like everything, you can't take the man's word for seriously when he's up there saying he was happy to see WrestleMania taking off like it did. And yeah, we started the show and he was not in costume.
The great deceiver.
I have my Jason mask, but I don't have anything new that I could pull out because I didn't buy a costume or anything. So.
Do you have a machete?
I got a fake one somewhere. Oh, I got a knife for now. Well, I had a fake knife too for Michael Myers. I don't know where it went, but I don't have anything that people haven't seen, so it's like I don't have anything.
But there is something to be said about the nostalgia.
Thought you hated nostalgia. Or is that
You're not talking about me, are we?
Is that just Jackie Jones?
What do you love in your heart?
I like doing the show with the non-satanic Jackie Jones.
Perhaps when the Raw reports start. For this match does
go all the way
indent
to
my
the Raw
nose. I wore this throughout. Well, actually, I did not lie. I took the mask off during the movies.
Yeah, that would suck if you had a guy with these huge horns sitting in front of you and you're like, hey, buddy, with the huge horns.
If you would have told me that before, I would have kept them on all night.
That would have been reason to troll the person in front of you.
Yeah, so wrestling this week. The AEW. All Elite Wrestling. I thought Dynamite was a very good show. Very good indeed.
Dynamite, yes, this is good stuff. I think Collision was a very good show, too.
I unfortunately missed the Collision I was at. Not unfortunately, I had a good time, but I was not able to see the Collision. I was at the 12-hour, which turned into 13-hour annual horror movie marathon. From midnight Saturday, technically Sunday, till noon the next day. Dan is excited for the return of TNA. Because as soon as they changed the name to TNA, it is now skyrocketing into stardom. It is all they needed.
That was the piece of the puzzle they were missing, like the original name.
The old name that everyone made fun of, to the point they had to change it. It is brought back, and now it is the #1 wrestling in all the land. All hail the TNA!
You know, Satanic Jackie Jones, that stands for tits and ass.
Yes, it does. But then I put my eyes upon it, and I do not see the T. I do not see the A!
But then Jeff Jarrett said, no, it really stands for total non-stop action.
The name was always so bad, for it made you snicker. Like a child. TNA Wrestling, do you get it? Yes, I do. So then either it would put people off who do not want to watch a wrestling named Tits and Ass Wrestling, and then the perverts out there who want to play with themselves while they watch a wrestling. They turn it on, and what do they see? They see AJ Styles springboarding off the ropes. So this is not TNA.
The ring has 6 sides.
Indeed.
But
my friend, my colleague, James Mitchell is in TNA.
Is he still there?
A shout out to my brother in James Mitchell.
Yeah.
The father. Can't wait for Lexa to meet Satanic Jack. Do you think he would tune in and think he's watching the wrong show?
No, I think he would know where he's at.
Satanist, yes indeed. What happened on this AEW collision that I missed?
Well, the main event was the big talking points for everybody was Kenny Omega taking on MJF.
Yes.
But the thing was, they set it up on Dynamite, which they only give you like 3 days before Collision, and I'm glad that they, set up a good match for Collision, but you would think this would be a pay-per-view worthy type match. And they kind of, only gave 3-day lead in to it. I guess they want to help that Collision rating, and I thought they did a great job of like promoting it because they had the week before this, Dynamite, they had MJF like whispering into Kenny Omega's ear, 13 days, bitch, or whatever, like saying like that's when his reign, he's going to have the belt longer than Kenny Omega. And then I liked when Kenny Omega came back and he whispered into MJF's ear, 3 days, bitch, saying that he was going to beat him.
Yes, I agree. I wish I had seen this match. I'm a fan of both in the ring.
Mm-hmm.
MJF is now the longest reigning AEW champion.
Yeah. He doesn't want to be a TNA champion.
No, that is a big fall. But he still is not the longest reigning champion of any kind in AEW. I believe Jade Cargill still holds that record.
Oh, really? Look what happened to her. She got hired by WWE.
But they are springboarding her into a superstardom, and I find it very amusing that many fans on the internet, she is garbage, she is trash, she is nothing, and they scoffed at WWE even having a faint idea of signing her. They said, she's too green, she would never work there, she'd have to be in NXT for many years. Then she signs there, and immediately those same fans, WWE knows that she was a big star, and AEW misused her.
Yeah, incorrect.
I've always been a fan, not always. When she came in, I thought she was very poor, but I gave her credit for improving very quickly. And I am happy for her. It's too bad she left AEW, but I do admit I think WWE is probably a better fit for her. And I do wish her well. I'm a fan. And unlike Cody, it was not like she started the company.
And abandoned it.
Right.
Yeah. Like Cody Rhodes did. I mean, that was a very Dusty type of move that he did there, because it was like he set it up where he's like, I'm here for your fans and we're making a new company and I'm gone. I went to WWE. It's like, what the hell was that?
Very poor. Don here in the chat says, Sting's last match, Sting versus Ric Flair? I certainly hope not.
That was on Dynamite. Ric Flair's came out on AEW as Tony Khan's gift to Sting. So I guess he owns Flair now.
Mm-hmm. He bought Ric Flair.
he purchased him and he gave him to Sting. We were pretty harsh on Ric Flair last week, but I think it's deserved to some extent.
Oh yes, he deserves a lot of. It is it's an interesting thing because I believe you can both think he's a bad human being, which I believe he is, and unfortunately, however you want to take it, still find him entertaining.
Mm-hmm. As long as he's not like, I don't know. I mean, he's done some pretty dastardly things, but I don't think. Well, I don't know. He's done some pretty.
Lexar, he is getting hard in his pantaloons. Why does Jack look like a male Playboy bunny? Why am I feeling so weird down in my nether region?
What do you think, Playboy bunny? I mean, like
I don't know what type of Playboy bunnies that Lexar is viewing.
What? Like, those are horns, Lexar. Those aren't ears at all. Like, bunny ears start small at the connecting point.
Yes, Lexar is a very horny young man.
So, yeah. We were rough on Ric Flair. I think it's deserved. Because,
Yes.
I mean, the man wants to die in the ring, and I hope Tony Khan doesn't give him that chance where he
Yes, I agree.
I don't think he's going to, but man, that would be strange if Ric Flair and Sting coming back to the statement if they actually had a match in AEW. I mean, Flair, he can't go. I mean,
no.
And did you hear how he said like he faked the gasping and passing out? Like, because they wanted.
He says that, but yeah, I don't know. Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I mean, the guy does have a pacemaker, and he's just not fit to be in the ring anymore. I mean,
I don't want to see it.
It's a shame. I mean, everybody loves the Nature Boy, and they want to see him wrestle, but it's just you can't outrun the hands of time. I mean, you're in poor health. You can't be wrestling. I mean, he was on the mat gasping and
he passed out.
Yeah. I mean, it was not a good match. It was pretty embarrassing and sad. And it was just don't ever do this again. And you got the Undertaker who's yeah, I know I really stunk the ring up that last time and I wish I hadn't came back. But you got Flair and he's just wanting to come back no matter what.
He wants to be the dead man.
He wants, exactly.
He wants to be the literal dead man.
He just wants to come out there and just die. And it's why?
Unfortunately, I believe he does not have much else. But it's weird. I agree. I will admit it's a weird thing. It's I love Rosemary's Baby, but I cannot condone the man who made it.
Yeah.
I cannot deny that I get enjoyment out of Ric Flair cutting promos, and at the same time, I do not think he is a good human being. The death stuff is a different thing, but the stories that came out in the plane ride and things I've witnessed myself. So,
yeah, I mean, and that's just the stuff that we know about. I mean, I'm sure there's been other things that's happened. For an individual like that, there's things that we don't even know about that's happened. So yes. We need to conjure those up. We need to see what's in Ric Flair's closet. Yes. It's not J.J. Dillon. It's just, But So yeah, it's cool to see Ric Flair. I guess. I mean, he's done some really heinous stuff, but it's like
it was even better to see Christian come out there and say, "It is proof that the God does not exist," or Ric Flair would have been dead 20 years ago. Christian is a fantastic orator.
You get much pleasure in Christian nowadays. Yeah.
I would have never thought Christian would be my favorite speaker in all of wrestling.
Isn't it sad that we want to see Christian more than Edge?
Yes, take this in a serious note. I did enjoy the first appearance of Edge in AEW and the promo between the two. But in many ways now I feel it's a disservice to Christian, who has done so much this last year to propel himself to a legit main eventer, not just living off his name, but through his own hard work, to then bring back someone who really is there based upon his name and his previous work, not really on his current state of enjoyment or entertainment. I believe it actually brings Christian down. He's taking steps backwards, back to a previous role, where Edge is always going to be positioned as the bigger star, where right now Christian is the far superior performer outside the ring by far, and I would also say inside the ring.
I don't anybody mistake me for a Adam Copeland fan, because I am not an Adam Copeland fan, especially when he's a babyface. But they're kind of cooling this feud off already, because he wasn't even on the show last week, and then he wasn't on any of the shows. And when he came back, he was like, "I'm not a part-timer."
Yes, I'll be on every show.
And which wasn't good news to me. I mean, I'm not like missing him, but it's like, if they're going to do this feud, you can't just half-ass it. You got to, like, do it. And all we know... Well,
did he get upset over their little tete-a-tete with Ricky Starks?
I may have misspoke. He may have got upset about his tat with Ricky Starks. But they did have a segment where Darby and Sting was that on Dynamite?
Yeah.
They had like a recorded segment where Darby and Sting kind of like, and Sting kind of gave Edge, like, you got to come at him, man, you know? So maybe there was something there.
We had, so the Sting segment I enjoyed. Christian, a great heel, great bad guy. It is very fun to see Hook and RVD as a tag team.
Mm-hmm. RVD, I mean, he's still delivering great matches. I mean, offer him the contract. Forget about Adam Copeland. I mean,
he walks to the ring.
I was really stale on the Edge last run in WWE, but yeah, RVD's great in the ring, like you were saying.
Yes, and I like the team with a Hook. I think it's fun. There's a connection to the ECW there. And RVD can still go. I think it's smart to keep him in a tag team. He can do his big moves and not have to carry a whole singles match himself. Mm-hmm. Both competitors are very popular with the audience, the crowd. And they wrestled the really stale, nothing happening Dark Order, which even though they are dark, they have run their course. And they give me a bad name. I do not want my name sullied with foolishness like them.
Yeah. The Dark Order.
Yes, and the Dark Order. And the Dark Order should have been ended after the unfortunate death of Brody Lee.
So if you're given the opportunity to join the Dark Order, you would probably pass?
I would join it only to kill it.
Like, you say you do it like an inside job.
Yes. Silver does deserve his own run. The man he has an inherent charisma. He is not nearly as popular as he was, but that is more the momentum stopped. He would be over no matter what. But the group itself is just it is stale and meaningless.
Yeah. Mike B here in the chat room. He says OIB says Adam Copeland is the new Trick.
He hates his child.
I don't think Edge hates his child. I've never said that. No.
I know. I meant does OIB hate the child of Mr. Copeland?
I know. I don't. They have not offended me at all.
This is a trait that I quite admire in the biceps. The hatred of the children.
No. They're fine, I guess. Talking about hating children, we got John Brown here. He says Benoit for Hall of Fame.
John Brown. Whoa. John Brown values a German suplex over the lives of a family.
Is that how you want to go down, John? I mean, think about it.
Babyface Gangsta. Spooky greetings to all. Well, thank you, Babyface Gangsta. Great costume, Jack. You too, ain't you?
No, thank you.
He's a very sexy man.
I worked on it hard.
Swerve Strickland, he invaded the home of Hangman Page, which apparently has no security.
I thought that was kind of silly, and then he's like talking to their baby, and it's like they don't like have.
They leave their baby. There is no one there to see after this infant.
Talk about hating your kid. It's just like, the kid, put him in the crib. He'll be all right.
In a dark house, no one there.
I thought that was so stupid. And then like Nada was like, we gotta go, and it's like I don't that just didn't work for me.
Yeah, and I will say the delivery of Swerve was very good.
Yeah, I mean he did his part very well.
And Nana played his role well.
Yeah,
because it was even too far for him, which I think was a good way to go. But the idea was lacking, and the idea that they would leave their baby unattended in an empty house is. Perhaps someone should come to the Hangman household and check on this infant. Maybe the Hangman family is not.
Are you saying like CPS?
Yeah, maybe that will be the angle.
I couldn't get past that part though, where even though they're doing it so well, I thought the kid's just there by itself. And
yes.
That was.
I don't think home invasion and hinting at child abduction is really the way to go in the wrestling.
Well, we have Jay White who stole MJF's belt. We can have Swerve who stole the Hangman's kid.
Yes, it is the same, a wrestling title and one's child.
What? I mean, he's kind of taking Christian's. Christian likes
one step further, I believe.
Yeah, Christian likes kids who don't have a father. It seems like so. But
we had the Juice Robinson versus MJF in a very entertaining match.
MJF, he didn't say anything about the controversial spot.
No, I believe they decided it was in their best interest to leave that one go.
Yeah. So, but yeah, it was entertaining. I enjoyed it. MJF.
Yes. I quite like this group. I like this feud. I've heard people have a different viewpoint than I, in that MJF is in too many feuds, but I quite like this because he is the world champion, and it only makes sense that all the main stars of the company would be trying to get that title from him.
I don't like Jay White going around with his belt. I think that's stupid.
I do not like that either. It's an overdone wrestling
It is really
angle. It does not quite fit the Bang Bang Gang. But I like the idea that there are many different individuals trying to get the title.
Yeah, I like that they're keeping a lot of people wanting to go after MJF and the belt because it should be the main focus of the show. But I don't like that Jay White's walking around with his belt, and it's like, why don't they just fire him if he doesn't give it back? I mean,
yes, it's not an angle I've ever really enjoyed in the wrestling.
I hate it when they first did that. I'm like, God, I hope he doesn't have it for very long, and now he's had it for several weeks now, and it's like, please just stop this. Because and then when like Kenny Omega and MJF had their match, it was like, you want to see MJF come out with the belt that's being defended, you know?
Right. Because what if Omega dethroned him, and what would he have to do? Go and get the title from the man who's illegally has it?
He's like, yeah, I beat him, you know? But
there was a very poor match on this show, and that was Ruby Soho, who I am a fan of, versus Shida. This match was quite pathetic.
Quite pathetic?
It was full of botches.
Oh, that did have the screwy finish where
even the opening, a very bad body press that missed.
Oh, yeah.
I'm a fan of AEW, but they have the women's championships on the wrong women. Statlander was an over character, and ever since returning and win the title is very flat. Every time she defends, the crowd wants the person trying for the belt to win, and that is very, very wrong when she is the babyface champion. Shida is a talented performer, but really comes back out of nowhere to receive the title. And I think it was not... people aren't really into that either. They do have some very over female acts. Julia Hart, perhaps at the top of that list. The momentum was there. She has nailed the character. When it started, I was not into this. But I give her all the credit for really embracing the character, improving as an in-ring performer, and getting the crowd behind her. Do not lose that momentum. She really should have won the title. Also, Britt Baker, the perennial favorite of the company. And Toni Storm, another one that's really improved and surprised me.
You got Jamie Hayter, too, that's on the injury list.
Yes, but she's not on TV right now.
Yeah.
But I'm saying one of those three should at least have one of these two titles. I do believe 2 women's singles titles is too much as well. Jojo Brown says, post a link, Jack. Well, just wait there, Jojo. Wait a minute, John. It is not time yet to let the commoners in.
I am a fan of Hikaru Shida. Her push in AEW has been very spotty. Like it's not been the best at times, and I think they have put the belts on her, but it's like they
but there was no build whatsoever. She just appears and wins the title.
That is true. They did just kind of hand her the belt, and we need more of an angle there to kind of get the girl over. Statlander, I agree with you. She won the belt and she's kind of flat, but I do think they're in a bad situation with Jay.
No excuses! They have women that are more over! Take the belt off of her and put it on Julia Hart!
Is it just because she's satanic?
While that is a bonus in my book, she has the momentum, she has the character, she has the crowd behind her. Do not lose that. Strike while the iron is hot. It is a cliche for a reason.
Yeah.
And then we also had the washed up Hardy Boys. The pathetic duo. It is sad to see the state that they are in now. Unlike others who are beyond their years like RVD and Sting, they do not bring enjoyment. They do not bring fun. They bring sadness and morose to my heart. As they hobble to the ring, just shells of their former selves.
Yeah, I mean, like, Matt was so over in Impact or TNA, God, TNA, and he should. I think they should have not have went awry there because he's never.
He should just go back to delete. It is what is still over. He cannot even barely. He can barely walk. He cannot wrestle. He would not have to take many bumps. Preserve what little he has left.
Mm-hmm.
And Brother Zay, who was once a promising star at the beginning of AEW, and is now a complete nothing.
They're continuing with the Max Caster stuff too, where he's wanting to befriend MJF, and it's really.
It was a little better this week, I thought, but still, I do not enjoy this angle.
I don't know. He was pretty bad on Collision. He was
I
like,
did not see that Collision.
he was like taking it steps further on Collision, saying like he wanted to like scissor with MJF, and that he got catfished by a fake MJF, and knew.
Why do they? This was a man who was cool to the kids out there,
Exactly.
and now he looks like a pathetic.
He's saying he got
idiot.
catfished by a fake MJF. This is canon. This is in storyline. He has now been catfished by a fake MJF.
I am not saying that all wrestlers need to be the alpha males. They do not have to be Scott Steiner. I quite enjoy some of the characters who are kind of imbeciles or nerdy. You have Orange Cassidy. I think he plays the character very well. The best friends. But you do not want everyone in the company to be a nerd and a pathetic tween girl. This was a man who comes out and he cuts these promos, these in the version of a rap, as the children say in Shaw. And they're edgy, they're biting. So he should not then, outside the ring, act like a 13-year-old girl with a crush.
Yeah, not a good.
He wants to take MJF to the dance. And I don't mean the dance in the ring. I mean the prom.
I guess this is kind of like who is MJF gonna like pick for his partner.
I like this angle, but I do not like this part of it.
Yeah, I don't think it was a good use of this part. Yeah, but
Max! Yelled the man in the wheelchair.
Mm-hmm.
We are back to I'm back aboard the Roderick Strong now.
Oh, you are?
Yes, they got out of the house. There was too much in the house. Now they're back in the wrestling, and it is a bit goofy, but it is the kind of goofy that I quite enjoy.
There you go, Roderick Strong.
I saw people saying that Roderick Strong once had these 5-star matches. Now he's playing this imbecilic character. They do not use imbecilic because that is a word that I use and not many other people. And I said, yes, but he is more entertaining now than he's ever been.
So now he hasn't wrestled yet, so he could have a 5-star match once again.
And this time you'll actually care about it going in. So I'm a fan. So should we take these the Headyverse?
Certainly.
They're clamoring. They're like, let us in. Let us in!
John Brown here. He's definitely wanting to get in on the show.
Say, not by the hair of my chinny chin chin. And I will make them huff. I will make them puff. But they will never blow the Headyverse in. This doing this will be very bad upon my throat for many hours.
You don't say.
Yes, and even worse on your ears. But that is the part that keeps me doing it. It is the pluses and the minuses. My own pain versus your pain. One brings me joy, the other not.
So tomorrow you're going to be very disappointed.
Yes, but then I will think back and did Incha have nightmares? Did I ruin his day? That is but a jest, Incha. I hope you have a very fine day.
Yeah, my day's good.
All right. It is always a pleasure to see you here, Incha.
Thank you, sir.
Anything else that you... Oh, by the way, a fantastic main event. Bryan Danielson and Claudio Castagnoli versus Orange Cassidy and Okada. Just, this was a wrestling clinic. And for anyone who despises Orange Cassidy, I cannot take you seriously if you say he is a poor wrestler. If you don't like the character, that is your opinion, but he definitely holds his own, even in the ring with three of the greats.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. He was well trained, I think, and
very good.
He's very good at
very
it.
good performer.
So,
super over. One of the most over characters in all of the AEW lands.
Mm-hmm.
And an AEW original.
Now, we're not sure if it was an angle or if it was a legit injury at the end of the match. It looked like it was set up because Okada was kind of mocking Bryan Danielson while he was like laying on the mat, clutching his face, and nobody was really sure what exactly hurt him because they did a finisher spot, and that said that it broke his eye orbital bone.
But I also now saw today that people are saying it was Andrade that actually hurt him with a drop kick at their match the week before at Collision. But perhaps all of these things led up. It was maybe not one incident.
Mm-hmm.
Well, shout out to Lisa Sheets out there. Yes.
Vic Schiavone, how's it going? Welcome to the show.
I see the birthday bear. There for my young boy, Dobbs Dean Maya. A fine young boy indeed. Unlike that worthless Brian Clutter of the OIBs. No, I jest. He is a good man. He's a good man.
Is the birthday bear doing his thing? I think you're muted, Vic.
Yes, if you are speaking, we cannot hear you.
Yeah. We can't.
It's very pixelated.
Yeah. I think he's muted.
Is that even him?
Is this AI, Vic?
I think someone just took a video of Vic. They're catfishing us, Incha.
We're being catfished right now, and
we are being cat Shivani'd.
Oh my goodness!
Yes. JoJo Brown, I'm an In Your Head original. I know this. Where the hell are you? You demand the link. I send it, and you do not even show up. Lexa, rest in peace, Matthew Perry. Yes.
Have we heard what the official cause of death was? I mean, I know he drowned it, but did he have some sort of thing in the...
Well, he did have substance abuse issues throughout most of his life.
Yeah.
And I don't believe that you drown in a hot tub normally. But I believe he was also calling about having a heart attack. So it's possible he had a heart attack and drowned. I do not know, though. But he got
turned on by his boner, and he drowned. I got turned on by Matthew Perry's boner.
Whoa.
Yes.
I did not know that Matthew Perry's boner is of public knowledge.
Oh, the public doesn't know. I do, though.
I see.
I like doing a voice too. That's pretty fun. I stick to it though.
Yeah, we have the song man upon us. Oh no, just Jobs.
You can't call Jobs a song man.
What? There's a compliment in my eyes.
I know, but I mean, he doesn't look anything like.
They both have beards.
You have a beard.
Yes.
Yeah.
But Jobs is a good man. I just jest.
Jack thinks everybody with a beard's the same.
Who did Dobbs say you looked like? Peter Gabriel or
Not Peter Gabriel. This guy. Who the hell
Julio
is he?
Iglesias? Yes, a very, very handsome man.
I think like Andre Agassi when he shaved all his hair off.
Is that Bobby Eaton?
It might be Bobby. I don't know who it is. Fucking Dobbs. For somebody who doesn't want to be banned, he sure does a lot of stuff to be banned. You know?
Will there be an update on the Are Your Balls Big Enough contest? I need a payoff to this 6+ year storyline. I like this. Gotta keep them wanting more. All right. What is on your mind, Jobs? It's been a long time. It is good to see you.
It's good to see you too. Good to see all of you. Yeah, what I do have a question, and it's Halloween themed.
Yes.
What is the best horror gimmick of all time?
Very good question. Very good question. Yeah, I think it is hard to argue against The Undertaker.
Yeah.
That is the most successful. Best maybe is your personal preference. My favorite or the best? I would have to say Undertaker the best for the success and longevity.
Yeah, Mankind would be a strong runner-up.
I enjoyed the Mankind. Personal favorite is probably I'm a big Kevin Sullivan fan.
Boogeyman.
The Boogeyman.
You know, I heard you had.
And I'm coming to get you.
I heard you had a great idea about marketing idea.
This is a good
Boogeyman.
idea here. I don't know if you've ever even heard tales of this, Inchman.
Oh, yeah, good. Yeah, you can tell me. And
Well, I will bring it up later when you are back. Abaddon!
Abaddon.
Yeah, Dungeon of Doom.
I am a Dungeon of Doom fan. I would never say it is the best, for it was very silly. But I cannot deny that I enjoyed it.
The Fiend.
The Fiend. I rest this man's soul. He has passed away. But at the same time, it did result in some of the worst matches I've ever seen in all of my life.
You know, the Fiend was kind of intense. I can imagine, like, you know, the kids watching Raw were probably pretty freaked out by the Fiend. He was pretty scary.
And then he died. Holy shit. That would fucking make me fucking...
Now he lives on in your dreams. What if it is all part of the storyline?
ECW Zombie's probably one of the best, I would say. It needed to stay around a lot longer than it did.
Father James Mitchell, the sinister minister.
You got Kane. You got Waylon Mercy.
Paul Bearer is an awesome just horror character in general. He's believable.
So I just saw a clip recently.
Got one more question for you. You're going to ask me if I'm a queer, ain't you? You suck one dick and it makes you a queer. That was a quote from our first interview. You cannot say such things anymore, ain't you? Why would you even say that?
I didn't say it. That was you, Satanic Jack.
It was empowerment, I believe. What were you about to say, Jobs? I'm sorry.
I saw a clip recently on YouTube, and I don't know how recent it is, but it's an NWA show, and they cut to James Mitchell like doing cocaine in the
What?
audience.
Now that's pretty rocking.
It's like him and a bunch of other wrestlers just snorting a white substance.
Damn.
That's not smart.
I love it.
It's obviously a part of a gimmick, but like they're like like he's got
Like what other type of white substance could they be snorting up their nose? I mean,
Flour.
Calcium.
Yes, you need the strong bones. Unlike that vegan Brian Daniels, who is always falling apart. Do you think he just needs to eat some meat?
Well, he hasn't been vegan for like a decade.
Yes, but that decade destroyed him.
Yeah, he is kind of. He and Adam Cole are both kind of.
Honestly, I believe it is just the years of the hard wrestling has caught up upon him. It is unfortunate, but I do think it is time he needs to wind it down.
Well, he's very. He has had a lot of injuries, and there's other people who's had a lot of injuries in AEW.
Apparently, he's transitioning into more of like a backstage role. Like he's in charge of Collision, from what I understand.
Well, it has really gone downhill since Mr. Punk has left.
Yeah, I haven't watched AEW like regularly, and
I have not either. I keep up with Dynamite. Collision was my favorite show, and not just because of Punk on the show. I thought it was the best show, and I quite enjoyed that both programs were very different. When Punk left, they started to have all the characters on both shows, and I think you saw that it was a positive to have each program different. Because it just became, instead of two separate shows, it became many, many hours of AEW. And that makes it missable to me. And I know there's great matches on there, but it does not hold my interest like it once did, unfortunately.
Who do you think the devil is?
That's a good question.
Bruce's ghost.
The devil masked manager. Who will it be?
Probably Jay White. No, wasn't he beating up on Jay White?
Yes.
Oh. I don't know. Beats me. Maybe somebody new.
Does.
So you know who I think it is?
MJF himself.
It's MJF. Yeah. I mean, the quote that he said was, "The greatest thing the devil ever did was convincing the world he doesn't exist." Mm-hmm. So that's what he's doing right now.
I believe.
Yeah, the devil should be one charming son of a bitch. That's my theory.
Even though I love him as a heel, I would keep run. I would run with this because the crowd is really behind him. Mm-hmm. And from understand, he's one of the bigger or the biggest ratings draw at the moment. If it's not him himself, he already has so many people vying for him.
What if they do another finger poke of death and Jay White just lays down for him and MJF just pins him?
Well,
then he hands him back his title and he joins the Bang Bang Gang.
I mean, it's going to look really bad if he joins the Bang Bang Gang after they've been proven to be anti-Semites. So
yeah, that'd be pretty bad.
Well, maybe that was to play into it.
Steven Simon says Kevin Sullivan. I agree. I'm a big fan of the Kevin Sullivan. I like Kamala.
He may be the greatest. He may be the greatest gimmick, horror gimmick of all time, because like he convinced people that he was like he was
yes. Yeah, people still talk about being satanic, even though he never really mentioned Satan. I like when Memphis Wrestling has a Freddy Krueger character who wrestled in Freddy Regalia. I cannot agree with that being good.
Super Leather was pretty cool. Anytime I seen clips of him, I thought that was.
Is that a club you would frequent in the night, Mr.
No.
I'm gonna go down to the Super Leather.
It's your alter ego.
Yeah, for a night of naughtiness.
was Corporal Krishna or whatever, and Leatherface mask and all that.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I remember.
Oz was a good horror gimmick.
Oh, Oz was fantastic.
I liked Humongous. It's Sid in a mask.
Lord Humongous.
Lord Humongous. That's my
direct
favorite name.
copy of Mad Max 2.
Oh yeah.
Warrior.
That was a good like period of wrestling where they would just straight up rip off characters from movies with like no kind like just like there's no question.
But yes, and they will tell you today that wrestling is unbelievable. But it was totally believable that a character from a fictional movie would just pop up upon the wrestling.
Mm-hmm.
I really believe that Oz himself was now a wrestler.
How have we not mentioned the Yeti yet?
Ah, the Yeti.
That's got to be it.
That would be that's what we need at HeadyCon, a Yeti photo op.
What about
Just like two guys standing on each other's shoulders and then in a suit?
Yeah, so then you get in the middle and you get kind of that would be good times. We could probably get the real guy. I mean, now he's asking for much.
I think he might be dying, actually.
What? Former guest here on the show, Ron Reese.
I hope that's not true.
Oh, I'm thinking of Giant Gonzalez. Sorry.
He's been dead for years.
He's been dead for like 20 years.
Oh.
Don't
I
worry,
just watched the video yesterday. I'm
made the
sorry.
same mistake myself. You're in good
Still all the
company.
bandages, man.
I thought
got 'em
we were
mixed up.
interviewing Sloth, and Sloth had been dead for 20 years. So.
Who were some of your favorite horror characters, Lexa? You probably see a lot of them in your cock and ball torture wrestling.
Schlack. Schlack, a horror character.
Supreme.
He's been labeled as a human horror film.
Exactly, yes. Anyone else?
Brucey?
Favorite what? What was that?
Horror.
Anything you want to mention?
Horror, not horrors.
Versus
The thing at the strip club.
Do they have horror themes at your strip clubs, Lexa?
Well, they do have like a deal. If you dressed up in a Halloween costume either today, last Monday, and Sunday, you get like free drinks and food.
You get what?
Free drinks and food.
Free
If you
drinks
dress up in a Halloween costume.
And what, did you just go with your white shirt?
Actually, I want to like go as a New Year's baby, but I had to like put on a bib and like a pacifier and like be completely
Like
naked.
a real pervert going to the strip club dressed as a baby.
Yeah.
Like,
But I have to
yes,
be
I've
naked.
come to breastfeed upon my mother.
Not really a horror gimmick, but it's kind of horror adjacent. It's just very ethereal. Was Broken Matt Hardy?
Yes. Delete! Intro, what are your favorites? You used to love the horror film.
Relic, which Relic is.
That is killer spelled backwards!
I'm surprised you knew that. Jeez, I was trying to say it. And you interrupted me and say you finished it.
How about Finn
I'm
Balor
just-
as a
I'm
demon?
just out. I don't know anymore.
Demon Finn Balor. That pansy?
I never got into it.
Yeah, he just looked like a fool out there with a fright wig.
Just all herky jerky and
He like
Yes.
dancing.
He came out with a wig that people wear at sporting events.
I liked Jake Roberts, his snake.
Now that is a
but
good
not
one.
Jake Roberts necessarily.
Oh, no,
but
I
I
love
like
Jake
his snake
Snake.
in the bag.
I'm a big fan.
I like the
of
bag where you wore it over his head. I like the bag and the snake more than I like the guy.
Oh no, I'm a big fan of Jake the Snake.
I could go with Damien. Damien in his bag is my favorite.
I love Jake the Snake.
The execution.
Where he bites Macho Man. Like, that was
Spin
awesome.
the wheel, make the deal. That is one they should bring back. The Black Scorpion, Lexa with the very bad choices again.
I mean, you sound like the Black Scorpion.
Yeah.
What about your favorite horror themed match?
What the hell, man?
The Chamber of Horrors.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot Abdullah the Butcher. Do not make the boy cry.
Hey, you remember that time Rick Steiner was challenging Chucky to a match?
Now that was a fantastic.
So he's having a promo battle with a doll.
Yes. Another very believable wrestling angle from the past, unlike today. I believe that Chucky was going to wrestle the Steiners.
He was really smart-ass about it, too. I loved it.
You could take the Steiner line.
Hell in the Cell was good, especially the originals. I think after the big Hell in the Cell should have ended, though. After the Foley Undertaker.
Yeah, that's like, you can't top that. Like,
No.
that was.
And they always bring it up, so you expect it to be something big. And even if it's a fine match, it's always a letdown.
Notice we're here.
The death of the Hell in a Cell was when the Fiend and Seth Rollins ended in a DQ, like a Hell in a Cell match ended in a disqualification. Yet Mick Foley got thrown through it twice, and it didn't.
You notice we're here talking about horror characters in wrestling, and nobody has mentioned the House of Black.
Oh,
nobody seems to care.
It reminded me of like a Norwegian hunting club. Like, that's just what Norwegian people do.
Yeah, they have a very Nordic vibe to them.
I like Julia Hart is actually my favorite member of the group. Her and Brody King. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
I just wish they had more for them to do.
I think that's because Satanic Jackie Jones, she gives you a satanic boner. Probably.
I guess pretty soon Willow Nightingale and Sky Blue will be horror characters as well.
I think it would be a mistake to turn Willow Nightingale.
Yeah, I think
we haven't mentioned Abyss.
Probably for good reasons.
I mentioned
Babyface Gangsta says Papa Shango.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. That would probably be top 5.
And that means there are not very many good horror
Lynch has gotten very
gimmicks.
excited of the name Papa Shango,
which is unfortunate because I thought that he had a cool look.
Yes,
but it was a rip-off from the movie Dr. Zhivago.
Oh,
How about Doink the Clown? Doink the Clown.
I'm a fan of Doink the Clown. I don't really consider him a horror character, though. That's a good gimmick.
he was a ripoff of for a minute, but then not really.
Luna Vachon.
Luna is a good choice.
She just hot.
Gangrel. The Brood.
Yeah. The Brood, yeah.
Great ring entrance.
Yeah. I watched his podcast. His Halloween one. Yeah, he just like is just so like a normal guy. Like he was like, yeah, and like I locked myself out of my hotel room, and this hot chick sitting next to him's like, yeah. Oh, that's so funny, Gangrel. He's like, yeah, and it kind of bummed me out all day, and then I ate her burrito, and she's like, well, Gangrel, I think anyway.
I'm striking it from my list.
That was the podcast. So that's basically the podcast.
That is a great endorsement.
Mordecai.
For sure.
Mordecai.
Kevin Thorne.
He's cool.
Kevin Thorne.
He had a good look.
Santa Claus.
Santa Claus. He doesn't give gifts. He takes them. He's not from the North Pole. He's from the South Pole.
It didn't last long, but how about 7?
7? Ah, yes.
It didn't even last
peering into the windows of the little children.
That's such a messed up vignette thing.
Yes, a man after Lexar's heart.
It wasn't a woman, it was like a little tiny kid in the handprint.
I am well aware. Yes. So it's interesting. Did TNA have many Eve? They had a lot of them when I was no longer watching.
Am I evil? Yes, I am.
Yeah, I believe they've done a bunch in the last few years, but I'm not aware of them really.
Yeah, they had the stable. I forgot the name, but it had like Abyss.
The Monsters Ball match.
Yeah, I guess. But,
Are there any horror matches on those wrestlings that you go to there? In the slums of Jersey.
If you like light tubes. This one time they had like a death match with light tubes and pumpkins with thumbtacks on it. Very Halloween.
Halloween Havoc was always a favorite of mine.
Another great one that we haven't mentioned, Danhausen.
Danhausen is very entertaining. A lot of friends of mine who aren't necessarily horror fans or wrestling fans are huge fans of the Danhausen.
I really like that
band.
band.
Did you go trick-or-treating?
Yes.
What was that?
I did. Went to a few houses.
Are you a fan of the Misfits in WCW? Vampiro. Vampiro, another one.
Vampiro with the Misfits.
Yeah. Then the
ICP.
The oddities.
I never seen.
I hear they're like real horrible and real like the fans. ICP.
I never seen Violent J without his makeup until recently. I'm sorry to say, I thought he was an outstanding dude, but up until this point, I had something having tattoos all over your face.
Yes, because before that you would have been like, why would a man of Violent J's stature ever sully himself with the tattoo upon his flesh? You must get with the times, OIB.
He can't watch my kids.
You are no longer living in the 1950s.
Yeah. You'd be like,
men are allowed to have hair past their ears.
Chainsaw Charlie.
You got a tattoo on your face. You're just insane to me. That's all it is.
Yeah, he'd be like, hey kid, reach into that garbage disposal for me. My hand's too big. I turned it on.
What's in that balloon, Mr. Bruce?
Air.
Dr. Loomis? Oh, yes, Loomis.
I'm capturing light.
This was supposed to be a pumpkin. Does it look like a pumpkin?
Looks like a wad of shit. I made Incha very hungry. The fecal-philiac himself, the OIB.
Chainsaw Charlie's my favorite. I just remember being like, "That's Terry Funk." Like,
it's one of the most well-known wrestlers.
It's one of the most well-known wrestlers of all time. It's Terry Funk. Like, what are we doing?
Did they bring him out and he's supposed to be like?
Yeah.
You know, he's just wearing pantyhose on his head and pantyhose and baby powder. It's just a different guy.
Nobody will know that it's Terry Funk.
What were you about to say, Mr. Lexa?
I saw somebody shit on the platform of a subway today.
What the hell?
Nice.
How much did you pay for that?
Happy Halloween.
It was for free.
There was just a tip jar next to him.
His performance art.
It was.
Yeah.
Well, when I was in LA, we were actually when we were filming Psycho Ape 2, we went to. It was a beat poetry. Well, that was what we went to see. The whole thing was all performance art. And we actually recorded some of the movie there. But the grand finale of this event was a woman who was going to eat a Big Mac and then throw it up as some type of performance art against commercialism or consumerism. But we did not stay to witness this.
I'm totally into performance art stuff. Like, yeah. There's this Yoko Ono. She had one.
Yes, the former WWF World Champion Yoko.
Yoko.
Oh no, it's a different person.
You should take her to. Yeah, she should go to like Saudi Arabia. That'd be cool. Just like start screaming at the.
Well, apparently Saudi Arabia is where Vince's home is.
Yes, and then, well, what do you think of this? Vince McMahon saying, WWE, this is our home! Saudi Arabia is our home!
I'm sure Sami Zayn loves that.
Aren't you the All-American, Lexa? You're loving MAGA, but now you're all pro Saudi Arabia should be the home of the WWE.
Yeah, they give us oil, so...
We're opening a can of boogeyman worms.
Well, the WWE was established in the United States of America, and for Vince just to be like, "Oh, Saudi Arabia's around now," it's like, you crazy old bastard. Well, that shows you what gratitude he has.
Well, he probably would like it there. Women have no rights, and he could, he could rip apart any people in the media who disagree with him. So it's probably is right up his alley.
Have them killed, probably.
Yeah, come in this embassy. It's air conditioned. It's great.
They wouldn't even have to sign NDAs. It would already just be
no paperwork. No paperwork.
No money. It's just the threat of death. Vince was not looking very good out and about with Undertaker. And as Steven Simmons says, they sell us oil. They are not giving us anything.
That's true. Sell it to us.
Except money. Blood money.
I've been thinking about donating plasma to get money lately. Needles scare me.
My life was saved by a blood transfusion at one point when I went through many health issues. At one point, I was bleeding out, which was a very strange experience. The blood was pouring out. Ambulance came, took me, and I thought, honestly, as I said, I did not think I was dying. In my mind, I knew I was dying, and I thought, in my mind, this was the end. I didn't think anyone could lose this much blood.
Wow.
But when I got there, they did the blood transfusion, and I am now still here.
I'll go in the morning, I swear. And I'll email you when I'm done.
Good man.
Okay.
Goose! Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween, bitches.
Oh, yeah.
I think we need to discuss... I don't know if it's been touched on yet, but we need to discuss. Lexar, what are you doing shitting in the subway, man?
Shitting?
I did not shit in the subway. I saw somebody shit on the subway.
Hell yeah.
Were they ordering a foot-long sub?
They got a foot-long turd. Hell
was
yeah.
it solid or was it watery?
It looks watery.
How did it smell?
He thought it was a 6-inch at first, but it turned out to be a foot long.
I was on the subway. I was in the subway train.
$5.
It was done on the platform on the opposite
did this
side.
Did this person like literally pull their pants down and squat?
You got it.
He used the steps as like a seat and shit that way.
Was it schlock?
Did they wipe afterwards?
He was black.
Was it Hoodfoot?
What color was the shit? That's what I care about.
He looks homeless.
Everyone shits, Lexar. Even rich people.
Yeah, probably not on platforms.
Even beautiful people.
They have to pay for that shit.
Man. Did you take the subway back to check it out?
Well, I had to. After I bought my things I need for home, I had to take subway back home.
You actually turned around to go check it out?
No, I just went back home. That's it.
Huh.
Now, I've said here on the show, and I believe Job's brought it up in the past, when shit is out of the water, Lexar, it smells terrible. Would you agree?
I agree.
Thank you.
So you were close enough to smell it.
This is the one thing that nobody does.
Like I said, I was in the train, and I saw.
Why didn't you get your picture? Did you try to get a picture of it or a video?
No, why?
So did you see him?
Pretty into it.
Did you see him shit to completion, or was it like the subway pulling away? Did he shit? Did he finish? Did you see?
Did he wipe?
I don't know. The train left the platform before he finishes.
Did you lock eyes with him?
No, he was like bending down like this.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Man had to go.
Man, when you watch someone poop, like it comes out way faster than you think it would.
Don't they have
how much experience you have with this, Bruce?
I'm just very observant. I don't know.
And he did it himself.
Bruce, you poos in bathrooms at like the Walmart or something.
You don't look at the poop, you look at the butthole. That's the whole thing. I don't know.
I don't like where this is going.
Man,
it's already there.
Speaking of buttholes, we got a free Mason McGee on the line. Hell yeah, he's dressed up. Happy Halloween. It's good.
He looks gangsta.
Is that Greek Vader there?
Greek Vader.
Yeah, Greek gangsta. They have gangsters in Greece, don't they?
Hail Baphomet.
See?
Heard you shit in a subway, Tazo.
Yeah. Lexar watched.
Do they not have like restrooms in the subway? Like, is there no restrooms that you can just step off to the side and like actually use a stall?
There's only one bathroom, and that's in Penn Station, the main transit hub.
So I don't think a person. I don't think a person who would pull their pants down and shit on a subway is of sound enough mind to find a restroom.
I once saw a guy changing clothes in the subway.
But then again, if you just have to go,
butt-ass naked, changing clothes, but he was not taking a shit.
Did you see his cock and ball?
I had to walk by him because it was people won't know, but I took the red line to the orange line. Well, yeah, it was to the red line to, I think it was Park, and then you had to walk down to the orange line. People in Boston will know. But anyway, I'm walking down, and it's a long walk, and there's only one way to go, because I have to get, I believe I take the orange line, because I was going to Encore. And so I'm walking down, and I see the guy in the distance taking off his shirt, and then he was dropping his pants. And I had to go by him. There's no other way to go, so I just looked forward and just walked right by him quick. So I did not see the frontal nudity, but I did see his bare ass. But he was changing. He had like a change of clothes in a bag.
Can you do the...
and this one actually has restrooms, so I don't know why he just didn't go in the restroom. But he just decided to do it right in the middle of the subway.
Can you do the Angelico dance, Taza?
The what?
The Angelico dance.
I don't know what that is.
On AEW, it's kind of like he just kind of like lets his. I can't do it.
It's like you're on heroin or something.
Yeah, like you're like a techno zombie or something.
That's pretty good.
That's very close.
Pretty close.
Yeah, yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, Tazos had experience chasing the dragon.
Oh, now he's disappeared. There he is.
What's on your mind, Tazo? What are you smoking?
Nothing. I didn't watch any wrestling.
I thought you quit smoking. You said your lungs were all broken apart and stuff.
They were, but I started smoking yesterday.
Oh, that's a good news.
Again, so I figured if I start over, I'm not a quitter. Plus, I'm not smoking cigarettes, and it's very little, but it's getting more every.
Yeah.
So it's like, so you're definitely on the road to going back to being a smoker then.
Yeah, maybe, but I doubt it. I did have an e-cigarette today, like one of them thin Chinese cigarettes that's got a blue tip at the end. And when you squeeze it, it tastes like mango. No.
Yes.
Yes.
Smoking the Asian pole.
Yeah.
I feel bad I didn't watch any wrestling. I did download the Battle of the Champions or whatever. Battle of the Belts.
Yeah, things to download.
I didn't get to watch it, so.
Yeah, that's kind of old now. That was like the week before.
What's your favorite horror gimmick?
What's your favorite? Yeah, it's a good question by Mr. Jobs. Your favorite horror gimmick in wrestling of all time.
The first one that comes to mind is the Zodiac, the Brutus Beefcakes.
It is me, and I am the higher power.
Oh, son of a bitch!
I didn't know. I was totally.
I had you all fooled this whole time.
Huh? How about that?
Why are we honored by Job's appearance?
He's got nothing to do on the Halloween, I guess.
He wants another ass kicking, like the last.
I use this it's not just for men. It's called Just for Him. It's the this is serious. It's the dollar store version, and it worked too well. Like made my beard like black.
Yeah, you can definitely tell it's colored.
Now I'm just like, I just totally did it for the costume. I'll just say, but
you look like
usually it leaves a little bit in. It looks pretty natural. It's got usually has a little bit of gray still left in, and it's brown.
You look like Vince McMahon.
But it fits the costume.
Could you shave it and look like Vince McMahon? Like you have it like a pencil thin mustache, just like Vince?
I mean, I could, but I really don't feel like doing that.
Yeah, I was gonna put
like a
face
lot of work.
stuff on, but yeah, I think I have a job interview tomorrow, so I don't want to fucking have some kind of black smear all over my face or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, don't be going laying down on the subway platform.
That's smart. Good advice.
Yeah, you poop down the storm drain. It's like a natural toilet.
But I did full intro. I came on the show with just actually. I thought maybe he'd wonder why I just have like this undershirt on. I did I've done that a lot, but and then when I played the theme song, I put all my stuff on.
I thought good. We're not doing any costumes because I didn't bring no costumes.
I did try to fake out because I was wearing the in your head hat when we started.
Man.
It was the theme song's only under 2 minutes, so it was kind of. I was like, man, I'm gonna run out of time putting this stuff on, but
it's impressive. It's a quick change.
Yeah, I was proud of myself. But I had a good Halloween weekend. I didn't really do anything today for Halloween, but Annabelle and I did the 12-hour marathon we always go to every year. It's fun in Brookline. Starts at midnight, runs till noon the next day. This year the theme was witch movies, and the 3 headliners were Blair Witch Project, Rosemary's Baby, and Suspiria, the original Suspiria, and then there was 4 other films that were all surprises.
Does Blair Witch hold up? I haven't seen it.
See, I'm not a big fan of found footage movies to begin with, but actually that one does work, I think.
I mean, it was the original. Well, it wasn't the original, but it was.
Yeah, like Cannibal Holocaust was before, but it's the first of that kind. It's a really different. It's very. It really started a big trend of movies like that.
Yeah, I was in high school when it came out, and like it was like the buzz, like
the thing
Blair
is,
Witch, and like
I always
so.
wonder if people who weren't around then what they would think of it, because we've had so many copycats since then, and also it was at that time the internet was just big enough where there was a little bit of stuff out there. But it wasn't big enough yet where everyone knew that the movie was fake.
It was like, is it real? Isn't it? Kind of like there was still mystery in the world.
Is this a real thing or not? And so
it was
I
like actual.
If you weren't around then, I don't know if you can. You can't recapture that today. But it actually, surprisingly, it still works. It's still creepy.
A movie in that style would not be the same as it, kind of, as that movie because of the hype that it got. You know.
And Rosemary's Baby is actually one of my favorite horror movies. I think that's a perfect movie, really. And Suspiria, I'm a big fan of. That's a very odd movie, but I know some people aren't into it, but I like it. And the rest of the movies, they actually showed one that actually angered some people, and that was Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. The original, some people are very mad that they were showing this during a horror festival. Mark, who runs it, says he says that, and I agree with this. He said it's the best rendition of a classic witch on screen. And so I'm fine. I agree with that. They showed an old 35mm print. I think that's pretty cool. The movie I actually had the biggest issue with, they showed The Conjuring. And to me, that's like the most mainstream horror movie of modern day. And when I go to these, I expect like more like underground kind of stuff. But I mean, it's a movie people know. And then they showed The Craft, which I actually kind of groaned when that came on, because I remember seeing it when it came out when I was in high school, and I wasn't really into it. But watching it for the first time since then, it's actually a really good movie. Much darker than I remembered it, so that was good. And then Ty West's House of the Devil, which I'm a big fan of. So I was
House of the Devil's great.
Yeah. So that was the grand finale. That was very cool. I had seen it before. I never saw it in the theater though, so that was a cool experience.
No Halloween 3.
No, I was kind of hoping for, but I think he had showed it. He tries not to like show the same movies again. This was the 20th one, so he says why they need to do Pumpkinhead too, because they've done Pumpkinhead before. That's a great witch in Pumpkinhead. But I'm a big fan of Halloween 3. It's weird. A lot of people understand. When I was a kid, no one really liked it. I always liked it, and it seems almost the opposite today. I think it's more loved than I think more people like it than dislike it now.
Did you fall asleep and do any of the?
No, it's fine. And then afterwards, we went to a diner we go to every year, Victoria's Diner. And then we went and saw Freddie. We watched 13 hours of movies. Let's go see a movie. So then we went to Five Nights in Freddy's, which I thought was just abysmal. But I know nothing about the video game or anything, but I thought it was awful.
Yeah.
And before that, we went to this place called Night Moves, which is a cool little cafe in Brookline. You have to pay like kind of a cover charge, and they have like hundreds of board games, so you can play all the games you want. It's a cool place. Wow. We played Horrified, which is a Universal Monster board game. It was very fun. But anyway, that was my Halloween, which really wasn't on Halloween, but
yeah. I went to sleep and got up, made some cheeseburgers, and listened to kids trick or treating outside.
Cheeseburger in paradise. Were they spooky cheeseburgers?
They were pretty spooky.
John Reddy wants to know, how are you guys calling in? You got to follow this link, Mr. Reddy.
On YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
I'll resend that because I think that's sent. Hold on.
Strike that.
Okay, that still did not work. I'll just have to.
Is it not working?
No. There we go. That should work.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that looks all right.
But is that John Reddy of old, Mr. Johnny Cakes himself?
I'd say.
Yes, I believe so.
I have not spoken to Mr. Reddy in a long time.
Be cool if he called in.
Did you do anything for Halloween, Goosey?
Nope, I had to work.
Yeah.
I got home, bought about $80 for the candy, and had no kids.
Yeah, I haven't had a trick-or-treater in like 15 years.
I buy every year, and it's I just end up eating it all because nobody comes, and it sucks. But I was like, hooray, I just wasted $80 on candy I didn't eat.
It seems like more and more, like everywhere, like trick-or-treating's kind of dying off. So.
Yeah, a lot of the places do trunk or treat now.
Yeah.
Where they do it in the back, the trunk of your car, which is stupid as shit. But
trunk.
Yeah, I actually went for my walk this evening. I didn't see one kid anywhere. I don't really ever see kids out anyway. I don't want to be the guy like when I was a kid, but when I was a kid, like we were out outside all the time. I never see anybody outside doing anything.
I'm claiming the name now for a new horror movie, and it's going to be Trunk or Treat.
Damn!
Yeah.
It's about an elephant?
Yeah, it's like an elephant that wears a burlap sack and it goes around trying to keep up the traditions of Trunk or Treat. So I got to come up with the rules, though, first. So like if you break the rules, it just comes up with his tusk goes in the air. It's like and just smashes you with his foot.
Damn.
Yeah.
What's everybody's favorite horror movie?
Favorite horror movie.
Well, I like the
Outer Space.
Killer. Really, that's actually a fun movie. Killer Clowns from Outer Space.
I'm not sure why they don't play that in like basic cable and TNT, TBS, IFC.
Seems pretty popular nowadays because like even the Halloween store has a lot of Killer Clowns from Outer Space stuff, which is kind of weird. It was a really underground movie for years and become more mainstream. Not mainstream, but more people know it now.
Cult. It's a cult classic.
Yeah. You could check out my interview on Without Your Head with the brothers who created it. It's a fun interview. That's a good choice. I did not expect that from you, Lexar. How about yourself, Inchman?
My favorite horror movie? There's so many, it's hard to choose just one.
Are you Are you on drugs tonight?
No, I'm just
very mellow. He's on Reese's.
Normally when I say something, you normally just keep talking anyhow. So I'm just kind of like, okay, I'll just
trying to keep the energy up.
Yeah, I try to put a joke in.
Shut the fuck up and answer the question, bitch.
Shut the fuck up. I was answering the question and you interrupted. Like every damn thing
with a bunch of bullshit. Stop your medicated shit and give me an answer.
I like Halloween. And there you go. I don't know. That's your answer. Suck it, bitch. I like Friday the 13th. You like that? You gonna roll your eyes at that one?
No, I mean it's fine. It's just like the most basic answers that one can
You should
give.
say Gremlins 2. That's a good horror movie.
New batch.
Yeah.
I like it.
Go back and listen to the Whip Out Your Head top 10 horror list. You'll hear all my picks, and then listen to your picks. See which ones was better.
Yeah, but yours are just like all the most basic
You're
things.
like,
It's Friday the
no, it
13th,
wasn't.
Nightmare on Elm
No, it
Street.
wasn't. Suspiria was on there.
Jason Goes to Hell.
You were like, I've never even seen Suspiria.
Man.
And
Nightmare
Ron
on
was
Elm
like,
Street
oh
3.
my God, I thought this hillbilly would just say anything. So, go back and listen. My list was better than yours.
Well, I would hope your list of your favorite would be better than anyone else. In your mind, should be better than anyone else's list. You're like, my list of my favorites were more favorited to me than anybody. It's like, well, of course, they're your favorites.
But as of right now, I can't think of anything, so I just said Halloween. So there you go. That's the answer to your question.
All right. I don't know why you'd be so mean about it. You could just answer it.
You're talking
I don't
about
know.
You're talking about the Rob Zombie.
Like so argumentative over just your favorite horror
Not
movie.
the Rob Zombie Halloween.
You're talking about the Danny McBride Halloween, right?
He made a Halloween. Oh, those
3
are
of
the
them.
new ones. Yeah,
He made 3 of them. Yeah.
yeah, those are.
God, that last one was.
I thought all 3 were awful, but that last one was really just rotten.
God, Michael just got his ass kicked like the 80-year-old
They got
man he
progressively
was.
worse. That's for sure. Like the first one was.
So
had
I thought
really bad moments.
I thought the first one was good until the twist with the doctor. And then I was
Yeah,
like,
that's the bad moment I speak of.
I was like,
And
oh
then-
God.
Well, him screaming at the beginning, like, with the mask.
Yeah, I
That was
thought
kinda
the whole
silly.
thing was really bad, but it was probably a masterpiece compared to the third one, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. They got progressively worse as they went.
Did
on.
Danny McBride like write them or something?
Yes.
Or was he? I like him as an actor sometimes, but
Oh no, I'm a fan of him as a comic actor.
yeah.
Creep Show I have up here. It's the first movie my mom ever bought me in VHS tape. Big fan. I'm also a fan of the original Universal monster movies, Frankenstein. Especially Frankenstein, The Invisible Man would be my 2 favorites, and The Bride of Frankenstein. Let's see here. Of course, Exorcist. Yeah, those are probably some of my favorites.
Bride of Frankenstein, Exorcist. Those are pretty common. You need to say something underground.
So I have 2 that I always go to, and it's great because we were talking about found footage movies earlier. This is not a found footage movie, but it plays like one. The original Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Oh, huge fan. It feels like something you shouldn't be watching. It seems kind of dirty and like.
Yeah, it's just creepy. And then I think probably, in my opinion, the best horror movie of all time is John Carpenter's The Thing.
Huge fan of The Thing too.
That's good.
That's one that I loved
movie.
as a kid for the monsters, and as an adult, like I love it for other reasons. But it's kind of the best of all the worlds because the acting's great, story. It's got a great feel of paranoia, and all the monsters live up. And it's weird because at the time it was panned by most people, and now it's
It's so good. It is top to bottom. Like the acting is great, the story is great, the effects are great.
And of course,
Another good one. My kids are getting to the age where we're starting to introduce them to more horror related things, and we've been watching a lot of Hitchcock stuff with them because it's a bit more tame. So we watched The Birds last night.
Birds is a great movie.
Man,
It holds up.
that always freaked me out when I was a kid. My mom showed me that, and I'd be like, "What the Birds would freak me out."
Yeah.
When I was in LA the last time, we went to New Beverly, which is Quentin Tarantino's theater, and they showed 2 movies I never or even heard of from Hitchcock, and one was his first talkie film, which it was kind of cool to watch. I can't say it was really a great movie, but it was just kind of fun to watch it though.
Did you say hockey film?
Talkie, his first movie that he made that had sound. So it was actually filmed partly as a silent film, and then then talkies were invented while he was making it, and so they actually filmed. So there's parts of it you could tell, like the first
When
10
they-
minutes, there's no dialogue.
When they started putting tracks in movies, that were they walkie-talkies?
So if you look, the female lead has this very strange voice, and so if you look up what happened was. They didn't dub her because that was like invented yet. She had a heavy accent because she was like from some other country, so people couldn't really understand her. So they had her voice mouth lines. They had the other actress off stage actually saying them while she was on screen. It's very peculiar, and I didn't know that when we were watching it, but you could just tell it was very odd. So it was historically a cool movie to watch. I can't say it was a great movie, but it was fun to watch it. Anyone else favorite horror movies?
Zodiac, Brutus the Barber.
Johnny Cakes!
Yeah, I did it.
How you doing?
Hey.
How the hell are you?
Good. It's good to hear from you. I haven't heard from you in years. What's your favorite horror film?
Probably not The Living Dead.
Night of the Living Dead, great movie. That's the first movie I remember seeing. I went to see it as a little kid at the drive-in. My brother's 9 years older, single mom. She took him and would bring me along to the movies. I was probably 4 or 5. And the pickup truck is crashed, and they start eating everybody. And I was getting upset. And my mom said, "Don't worry, they're just having a barbecue." And then I was totally fine with horror movies ever since.
After that, you're a fan of barbecue.
Yeah, big fan of barbecue after that, exactly.
Oh, yeah.
Speaking of Romero, I recently watched Monkey Shines, and that movie is just fucking crazy.
Yeah, I like Monkey. My brother hates Monkey Shines, but I'm a fan of Monkey Shines.
Stephen King book, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. I stayed away from it because of Stephen King book, but that's cool.
He's no good.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen that?
What is it?
Martin.
Oh, yeah, Martin's a great movie. It's a vampire movie. It's really interesting because you never know if he really is or he isn't, which kind of makes it the end very creepy.
I listened to like the Dead Milkmen. They're a band from the 80s. Like they did Bitch and Camaro and stuff. But anyway, like Stephen King writes them into his books, and he's like, if it's like a good Dead Milkmen song, like it's like a good feeling.
He quotes
or something.
He quotes music a lot in all his books.
But yeah, the Dead Milkmen guy was like talking about that he did it over and over again in his books. It was funny.
Yeah, since the pandemic, I've been reading I listen to a lot of audiobooks, and I've been flying through a lot of King books I never read.
Yeah. My brother, like when I was a kid, he read like all of them, all through the 80s. Like he's younger than me.
Full house here for Halloween. It's a good time to shout out the members. If you'd like to help support the show, you can become a member of the Headyverse here on the YouTube. And shout out to Headyverse members Anastasio Theodosiadius, Travis Sandow, Stephen Butler, and our Hall of Famer Steven Simmons. Simply ravishing, a Micah B, yeah. Vic Schiavone, Dadpool on YouTube, The Geek Getaway, Tech Dingoes, Craig Jolly, and our producers, Brian Matthew Clutter, who's a good man, no matter what Intro was saying about him earlier, and El Santos World.
Heck yeah.
Hell yeah. How about your favorite horror wrestling gimmick? We were talking about this earlier. What is your favorite horror gimmick in wrestling, Johnny Cakes? How about yours, Toronto Stevie?
I wish
the Mongolian Stomper.
The Mongolian Stomper. Actually, I saw Archie Goldie, the Mongolian Stomper, wrestle Harley Race in Calgary at the Pavilion. Yeah.
I'm trying to think. Is there any horror gimmicks up in Canada in wrestling? Missing Link, Dewey Roberts. Yeah, actually, not a great interview, but I'm a fan.
I guess I'd have to say shout out to the late Dewey Robertson as the Missing Link. Although I saw him just as Dewey Robertson, and then later briefly as the Missing Link, and I didn't realize it was the same guy until later.
What was that?
The Zodiac.
The Zodiac. Yes. No. Yes. No. Last week I opened the Wrestling Crate live on the show, and I was very excited that the autograph was of the Zodiac. I thought it was pretty awesome, to be honest.
That is really cool.
It was the Halloween special box.
On Facebook. It's a different Zodiac.
Oh, man.
Bob Orton's brother.
There's a new Zodiac?
Bob Orton's
it
brother?
was on 6 years ago.
Oh. Oh man, you mean Beefcake stole the Zodiac?
Oh no, yeah, no, it's different.
Oh man,
Like,
Barry O.
Mm-hmm.
The juicer.
I just sold the Zodiac. Now, how does this make sense, Intra? eBay like took off some of my auctions of horror movie shirts, Cannibal Holocaust, which were graphic. I'll give them that. But a couple other ones weren't graphic at all. But it's totally fine to sell shirts with the Zodiac Killer on them. They're like, yeah, that's cool. You can do that.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's not
Real life killer, yeah, that's cool. Wait a minute, a fake killer? No way.
Jeez. Where
What
do
do
you
I
get
know?
your supply of Zodiac shirts?
Yeah, I only had one. I sold it. The Museum of Death, though, anyone who's interested in that stuff, is a really cool place in LA. It's all about serial killers and stuff. But we
Who's your
won't go
favorite
down
serial
that.
killer.
I mean, he's not even really a serial killer, but I do. He really didn't kill anybody, but I am a fan of
Manson.
Manson. I like Manson. I find him an interesting person.
Ted Bundy.
I know Intra's always been a big Richard Ramirez fan.
Yeah, fan.
Night Stalker.
He was thinking of getting a face tattoo of Richard Ramirez.
Son of
I'm
Sam.
just here to make a confession to all of you all.
What's that?
You're a huge fan of the Go-Go Beach Murderer, right?
Ooh. Is that what happened to Go-Go 13?
Rest in
He
peace.
became a murderer? What?
What are you talking about, Intra? What are you admitting to?
Can I speak and say it?
Jesus, goddamn!
And get it out without somebody interrupting me?
We'll say it. There was all complete silence, and you didn't say shit.
It was a joke, and it's going to fall totally fucking flat right now. But I want to confess that I am a serial killer. I kill bowls of cereal in the morning. There you go.
Man, that was talk about hack.
Trick or treat. Yeah.
It would have been better if I could have got it out with Lex.
I don't know about that, but what's your favorite cereal to kill?
I like chocolate toast crunch, and I like frosted flakes. Anything with a cartoon character. There you go.
Frankenberry and Blueberry. There we go.
We've got some Frankenberry and Blueberry stuff.
Fruit Brute.
I do. I have a Fruit Brewed tiki mug here.
And they introduced a new character this year, right?
Yeah, the female one. I forget her name.
Incha will murder any cereal that's licensed, like any Disney cereal, SpongeBob.
There's this Snoop Dogg cereal, like Snoop's cereal. Yeah, I actually have some. I'm selling it on eBay. I bought it on clearance and I'm selling it, but yeah, that's stupid. And on YouTube, I just saw videos of them eating it in their shitty kitchens, not even trying to sell it. They're oh, this is good cereal. Yeah. Anyway.
What kind of cereal was it?
It's Fruit Loops. I'll get the box.
Oh, like Snoop Loops or something?
Yeah, I'll get a box of them.
I remember the
Yeah,
Mr. T
I'll be right
cereal
back.
when I was a kid.
Hell yeah. I think I missed out on getting those, so I saved new boxes of cereal that are weird.
The Mr. T board game was so lame. You had a group of kids and you had to go around and do chores. You had to return your library, return a book to the library, visit your grandma and then do laundry and stuff. And it's this is not what I expect when I'm playing Mr. T.
Stupidest fucking shit possible.
He tried to do that with everything. Like his comic book was like
Do the dishes.
he used the camera to like record people doing bad stuff, and then like he gave it to the cops or something.
Eileen Wuornos was my favorite serial killer.
She's pretty cool.
She's pretty cool.
Eileen Wuornos.
So at the Museum of Murder, the first room you go into, it's all art made by real serial killers. So they got like the Pogo the Clown that everyone's seen, but they have other stuff, and I don't remember who it was. I don't think it's like a household name serial killer, but he made this weather vane, and it's all like all sexual stuff where it really moves, but it's like a guy like banging a girl in the and it's like a blow. It's so when they all move, but then it says how they made it. And he like made it over like 12 years because he'd have to steal little tiny pieces of a fork and stuff because he wasn't allowed any of these tools. And like it was kind of interesting that he made this thing over like a 12-year period, and it's like all this really perverted, but it really moved. And one of the things though was it was a hand-drawn comic book by the son of Sam, and it was How to Catch a Fat Lady. And I feel bad laughing, but it was like step 1, you got like a hoagie roll. Step 2, you got meatballs, and the meatballs had smiles on them. And he made like it was a comic book of him making a meatball sub and luring a fat woman back to kill her. And it's like, it made me feel bad for laughing because like he probably actually did this, but it was very weird. Yeah. Some of my friends, the people actually I stay with, I made the movies with, they are very anti this place because they say it glorifies serial killers. So I have to go, by myself.
The media glorifies serial killers, like.
Yeah, exactly. It's an interesting place. So if you're ever out there and want to see some stuff about serial killers, there's a whole room just all Charles Manson. Not all serial killers. Also a room about what was the cult there? They all killed themselves. They had like silver Nikes.
Oh, that's the Halley's Comet.
Yeah. Museum of Death, not Museum of Murder. All right. Well, that's a cheery topic.
Raw report.
Oh, is that it? Is that it, Bruce?
Yeah, Snoop Dogg cereal. I don't know if it's focusing or anything, but
that's cool.
Yeah, I like it.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Looking pretty neato kino to me.
My lighting's pretty weird today. For sure.
I saw a Subway, not Subway where Lexar saw some people shitting, but the
restaurant.
The place makes up. It was an ugly Christmas sweater of Subway. And I just thought, who would buy something like this? But then I thought, I know who would buy it. Barry Horowitz. Because if anyone out there is friends with Barry Horowitz, this man loves him some Subway.
He probably has 5 of them in his closet.
Yeah. I even thought about buying it and like sending it to him from In Your Head or something. All right. Is it time now?
Raw report.
For the one, the only one that matters.
Right there.
The one that we've all been waiting for. And that would be...
Wait a minute.
And we, after our 2 hours, our 2 hour wait, let's get to the Raw report.
No fucking history. Raw report.
Raw report. I love that opening. One dude's always interrupting.
Yep.
Put him in his place.
Yeah,
Cheer up, Incher. Life's good.
I'm good.
Raw report, Goosey. He knows the dealio. It's time to report on the Raw. Goosey likes it raw, and he likes it reported.
Likes it deep.
Uncooked, uncut, and uncensored.
Yeah. Sorry, I had to lose the voice, but it was annoying even myself.
You know, it was amazing you kept it up as long as you did.
All right, Raw report time.
Okay, this is the go-home show to Blood Money this year. So it's from Greenville, South Kakalaki.
Hell yeah! Do it up!
So, actually, surprisingly, as soon as Raw goes on the air, the first thing you hear is, "This is my brutality." And then I think, okay.
Oh, man, Intra's, you're speaking Intra's language now.
So Rhea Ripley comes out, and she's got Dirty Dom, and surprisingly, JT McDonough is back. This start-stop audition.
I'll be honest, I actually saw a little bit of Raw, and this was it. And I never saw this guy before. He's got a really big head. He kind of looks like a dwarf or a midget, but he's, regular height. He's got kind of like he's kind of shaped like a midget.
Maybe when he was in development, he was like, he was
in
like
NXT.
No, like in his mother's belly.
Oh,
he was like, they're like making him into a dwarf, but then they decided, no, let's just make him a normal human.
Man, yeah, because they heard the new Snow White, they're not even going to use dwarves.
Mm-hmm.
All right, go on. I'm sorry.
So Rhea Ripley, this is basically Rhea Ripley's time to shine. She does all the usual Judgment Day stuff. And basically, she kind of like goes down what you're going to see tonight. And first, they are gloating over beating up Cody Rhodes the previous week, and then she says that Dirty Dom's going to wrestle Ricochet, and that JD McDonough is going to wrestle Seth Rollins. So it gives you an idea of what's going to be on the show tonight. She talks about Seth Rollins and Drew McIntyre having to make a decision about what's right for the Judgment Day and Crown Jewel. And, of course, Crown Jewel is this Saturday. And so she's basically talking while the other guys are staying quiet. Did you guys talk about that story about Monday Night Raw, at least the TV show, being peppered with fake crowd noise for?
Well, the thing is, when I haven't watched the show in years. Like, I saw a little bit here, but I haven't watched an actual Raw in years. But I try to watch most of the pay-per-views, and the last one I watched, I noted, I might have been I don't think it was WrestleMania, it might have been after that, but I noticed it was after WrestleMania, but it was such fake crowd noise in every match, even the matches where the crowd was really into it. They have like this weird like roar. It's like it's like throughout the whole thing, and it's very, very noticeable, and it's annoying, I think. And it was weird because I might have been WrestleMania now I think about it, because they had it in matches that were really where the crowd was really into it, and then a couple of matches where the crowd wasn't into it, you could really notice it. But I don't understand why they do that.
I mean, Dominic Mysterio, that dweeb can't get that. Elicit that.
I don't know. I honestly think he's a really hated guy, so I don't think they even need to do fake crowd noise for him. He does get quite a heel reaction.
So Sami comes out. Sami Zayn's music hits, and he comes out, and he's got a mic, and he's cutting a promo. The crowd's into Sami.
Yeah, this is the thing I saw, because I wanted to bring this up, actually, was so a few years ago, Sami Zayn, or last year, he was the most over guy in wrestling, and I haven't really watched it, but I read, like, he's kind of like he wins matches, loses matches, But he came out on this show and was still like incredibly over. And it's still baffling to me why. I know he's on the show. He's not like he's not used or anything, but why he really isn't like a top guy, I don't get. Still super over.
Yeah, the crowd's really. I mean, I think this was legit. The crowd was really into him. He's cutting a promo on the Judgment Day, and finally, I think Rhea. It was Rhea who wanted it. Oh yeah, so it was Rhea who made a match. Again, she makes another match against Damian Priest. Sammy versus Damian Priest. So she's kind of like the matchmaker tonight. So thanks for the Judgment Day. They go to attack Sami Zayn, but Ricochet sort of makes the save, and there's a brief brawl with Ricochet and Sami Zayn fighting off the Judgment Day. But that leads into the opening match of the night. Dirty Dom takes on Ricochet.
Dirty Dom, done dirt cheap.
Yeah, these guys were pretty good. There was some, I think there was some interference, but Dirty Dom did some good old-fashioned cheating. Not only did he...
When I hear the word Dom, I don't think of a Mexican dude.
Yeah, you want him out there all clad in leather, and he's like, I'm the
exactly. I would leave the show to look at this.
That's what Intra calls me, Dirty Dom. Sometimes he calls me Dirty Daddy.
No. I call you the big bitch.
I can't believe they're calling him that. They don't see it. Like,
So Dirty Dom won with some good old-fashioned cheating. Not only did he grab a handful of tights, but he also put his feet on the ropes. And this referee, who was blind as a bat, didn't see a damn thing.
I posted the Zodiac thing in the IYH.
Oh, let me go check it.
One of the groups. Facebook.
Yeah, Jason and the Zodiac. It's Zodiac with a K.
It's remember Barry old?
From Calgary Wrestling. So yeah, Steven should know that.
I don't. I did watch some Calgary wrestling, but I don't remember a Zodiac there. I do remember a Jason.
Let me see if I can pull it up and show you.
There was a wrestler in Calgary who wrestled as Jason with a mask on, complete with a hockey mask on.
Yeah, this is him. For a lot of his run, he was with the Zodiac.
So after the match, Ricochet super kicks JD McDonough and hits Dominic with the recoil. And I think it was
Ricola,
who made the save on her Dom. So next up, so this night they were really promoting for Blood Money. They were really promoting the 5-way women's match. So we had all of
this is Intra's new home, Saudi Arabia,
on all the women.
That's what
all the video packages. So,
You still left West Virginia?
No, I can't leave West Virginia for Saudi Arabia.
So it's announced that the Alpha Academy made an open challenge, and accepting the challenge were the Creed brothers, Julius and Brutus.
You ever been to the Mothman Museum in Chile?
Yeah, I went there last year.
Cool.
To the Mothman Museum. Yeah, and it was really neat seeing all the information that they had about, the appearances of the Mothman. And the Mothman himself came out whenever I was there, and I kicked his ass.
What?
Yeah. Kicked his ass. And I said, if you wanted to challenge me again, Mothman, you got to challenge me on inyourheadonline.com. So maybe I can beat up the Mothman for everybody in a pay-per-view event.
And then the winner gets a shot at my title.
Yeah,
I'm going to hit you with a silver bridge.
Mm-hmm. Kitty's biting me.
So next up, we had a very entertaining match, tag team match, the Alpha Academy versus the Creed Brothers, and this was actually pretty good. We had Maxine Dupree and Ivy Nile even had a brief skirmish, but it was actually the Creed Brothers who used their finishing move on Otis and made their. I'm not sure. I think this was like their first match on Raw. If I'm mistaken, but it was a pretty good showcase for the Creed Brothers. So we had a backstage segment with Finn Balor and Damian Priest and the New Day.
Didn't do that with the Mothman.
So I think some of these wrestlers were wearing Halloween costumes, and we'll get to the best one later on. We had the Miz. So we had a Miz TV segment, and it was announced that his guest would be the Ring General Gunther. So
wunderbar!
So this was a little weird because Miz calls Gunther to the ring, but instead of Gunther, we get Ludwig Kaiser and Giovanni Vinci, and it certainly in this segment of Miz TV, he was kind of baby facing himself because he was really putting down Giovanni Vinci when Vinci actually starts talking, and Miz is surprised that Vinci is talking. He says, "Well, you got permission from Gunther, or you got permission from Ludwig Kaiser." Anyway, finally, Gunther does come out, and Miz really puts over the Intercontinental title, saying he put the belt on the map, or he made the belt. And Gunther just kind of laughs at Miz. And it certainly, actually, I was laughing at Miz. Like, he's lost like every single match, maybe with the exception of one or two for this entire year. Anyway, I think it was Gunther. Gunther tries to, the other guys try to attack Miz, but Miz just crawls out of the ring and walks up the stairs. Or walks up the aisleway, and as he's leaving, DIY makes their entrance. Johnny Gargano and Tommaso Ciampa, and that leads into the next match. So it's Gargano and Ciampa versus Kaiser and Vinci, and DIY. A good return. They haven't been on. They have wrestled before on Raw as a tag team, despite what the announcers were saying, and they actually get the win. They had this nice finish. It was like a double knee to the face of Giovanni Vinci, and DIY gets the win. After the match, Kaiser is kind of disgusted with Vinci again. So, next up, we get Shinsuke Nakamura cutting another promo in Japanese. He does mix in some English, and there are subtitles. So basically, he's looking for another opponent, and you'll be surprised at who his opponent is. Later on, it's revealed. We get a video package reminding us who Candice LeRae is, and then we get a video
Is
package.
she still the Poison Pixie?
She's still the Poison Pixie, yeah. So next we get Candice LeRae with Indy Hartwell in her corner versus Xia Li. And this match was actually stopped by the referee when Xia Li, I think, I think she kneed Candace right in the face, and Candace just goes down like a cheap suit. She just drops and just flops to the mat, and then the referee checks on her and basically calls off the match, saying she can't continue. So Xia Li wins by technical knockout, I guess. After the match, you had the doctor comes into the ring. It's got Indy Hartwell's checking on her. The referee's checking on her. I think there was a backstage segment of Candace with an ice pack to her head, like afterwards. So next up, we get a woman named Jackie interviewing Jey Uso, and talking about how he lost a helmet to Damian Priest the previous week, and excuse me. And then we get a Shayna Baszler video package, and then we get the backstage segment with Candice LeRae, and then so then after this was a very good video package of Drew McIntyre basically inside an empty the empty arena where they held all the pandemic Raws, with no crowds, and he's basically talking about how he won the title and that whole period, and it was very good. I mean, like McIntyre did a good segment here, I thought, and so to promote the World Heavyweight Title match against Rollins at Crown Jewel. So we had a Zoe Stark promo. We had Seth Rollins coming to the ring and doing his usual stuff. So then JD McDonough. So JD McDonough comes down to the ring and he tries to attack Seth Rollins, but the referee pulls him away, calls for the bell, and then we get Rollins versus McDonough. This kind of went the way I thought it was going to go. Rollins and McDonough had a good match, and Rollins hits the pedigree and ends McDonough during the match. Priest came down to the ring with his briefcase, I guess to tease that he was going to cash it in, but instead he just stood at ringside and watched. And Rollins just beat up McDonough right in front of Priest. And after the match, Rollins gets out of the ring, down to ringside, and gets into Damian Priest's face and basically says, "Don't waste that on me." And I was just really kind of wondering, I wonder if that's a precursor of something or whether that was just a throwaway line. I wasn't really sure, but we get a backstage segment with Adam Pearce and Ricochet. So I guess another thing that WWE is really pushing are number one contenders matches for titles. So Ricochet is going to be placed into one for, I think it was the Intercontinental title. I forget who's. I think they later said who was going to be in this, but so next up we get. The best Halloween costume, I'd say, of the night. The award goes to the team of Piper Niven as Jim the Anvil Neidhart and Chelsea Green as Bret Hart.
Oh, I actually did see a picture of this on Facebook. It was really cool. I didn't realize that's who that was.
Piper even had the beard.
Yeah, she should just become the new Jim Neidhart.
She was doing all of Neidhart's. She was doing all of his stuff, and I thought this was cool. I mean, I liked it.
Yeah, she normally blows, but this looked fun.
It was fun. It was just a fun thing.
I know Intra's a big fan of hers, but
So they announced, Jack. So they announced for the WWE Crown Jewel kickoff show, the most over babyface in the company at one point, Sami Zayn, will face JD McDonough.
JD, don't tell me this fucker beat Sami Zayn. Big Head McDonough.
Well, no, Sammy should just destroy this guy, but the fact that he's on the kickoff show is, oh jeez.
Yeah.
You're still, as what I saw, super. I don't know. I didn't watch the rest of the show, so I don't know how about everybody else. But the crowd still reacts to him like a mega star.
Mm-hmm.
I've only seen, this is like my only glimpse of this JD McDonough guy, but I don't see much in this dude.
Yeah, he basically is a jobber. Yeah. So next up, we get a woman named Jackie who's interviewing Becky Lynch. So she said that she was proud to have been the NXT champion, and that she had more matches, more title defenses than Roman Reigns or Rhea Ripley. So she's, I think she's her next opponent. I think it could be Xia Li. Xia Li wants a match against her, so she's basically calling out Xia Li. Now, so next up, another sort of throwaway was the Trick or Street Fight match: Natty Neidhart versus Chelsea Green. Chelsea is dressed as Bret Hart with Piper Niven as Jim the Anvil Neidhart at ringside.
And my God, did Piper look exactly like that?
So, at one point,
does your dick get harder for Piper Nivens as
Jim
as
Neidhart.
that, or as Jim the Anvil Neidhart?
No,
I'm gonna say
Green.
Jim the Anvil Neidhart.
No, my dick gets hard for Chelsea Green.
Yeah, that's an easy one.
Anyway, so they have all these pumpkins, and at one point, Natty goes for a double sharpshooter on both Piper Niven and Chelsea Green, but can't do it. Another point, they're in front of the announce table, and Chelsea goes for one of the pumpkins that's on this table, and when she picks up a pumpkin, there's what's her name?
Nikki Cross.
Nikki Cross is just like, she's still doing the zombie Undertaker thing, and you just see Nikki Cross's head sticking out of the table, and it sort of spooks Chelsea Green, and she drops the pumpkin right on her own head. Anyway, eventually they get back into the ring, and I think Piper Niven was on the ring apron. She gets knocked down by Natty, but this allows Chelsea to hit the Unpretty Her on Natty, and she gets the pinfall win. A rare singles win for Chelsea Green in the Trick or Street Fight. So that was a good waste. Good. I mean, they're just having fun here. I mean, we get Rhea Ripley, a video package of Rhea Ripley. We get the commentators running down the card for Crown Jewel, and then we get so then we get to the main event. So I think this was finally
It's time for the main event.
Yeah.
Steven.
Uh-oh.
Steven.
Is a bad main event.
Gotta go.
That's the end of the Raw report.
Mm-hmm.
I think the main event was Cody Rhodes getting his ass raped by
Whoa!
Schlack came out.
I think we're finding out who the Dom is in the Butler household.
I'd say.
Whoopa whoopa whoop! A little smack around for old Stevie.
Right at the very end, the main event.
Time for the main event. As soon as he hears that, David, he tail curls up, and he knows who the boss is.
No, that means he's getting it on. She's like, time for the main event.
Man, I hope he don't show up next week with black eyes.
Oh my god.
Nah, he's a good man. She's a good woman. Thank you for the Raw report. Intro, what happened in the main event? Fill us in.
I'm trying to look it up right now.
Was it JD McDonough?
Whoa. Come on.
JD McDonough.
Who was the main event? Come on. Jeez. It's just like loading at like the snail's
Was it that cut Cody Rhodes?
It was like Luke Hawx versus
Luke Hawx.
Yeah, he used to rule. I like Luke Hawx.
Multiple time guest on the show.
He's just
now,
he's jacked.
He just got married. Congratulations to Luke.
Mm-hmm.
Good man. I like Luke Hawx. Made it all legal entries, not a blasphemer.
Who's that Mike? Who's that
Mike
dude
Cox?
who wore the singlet who always used to wrestle him? Who got caught for doing something bad? He's like balding.
The main event of
Mike
Raw
something.
was, it says it was Damian Priest versus Sami Zayn.
God, Damian Priest is always in the fucking main event. It's like nobody's even a fan of this guy.
No, they just see him. They get all hard because he's got abs and stuff. But Sami Zayn gets like a superstar reaction, and they're like, "Yeah, but he can't be a top guy because he's got a beard and he's white."
Finn Balor's better than Damian Priest.
You know what? He's fine, but I don't give a fuck about that guy either.
Yeah.
Push Sami Zayn. The crowd's behind him.
Mm-hmm. I'm not even sure what they're doing with him right now, but like, it doesn't seem like he's being.
At the end of the day, that's what matters. If the crowd believes in the guy, you can make all these excuses why they shouldn't, but if they do, why does it matter?
Because last I heard, they took KO and moved him to SmackDown, right? So he is going singles now.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you hear the rumor about KO and CM Punk at WrestleMania. People saying that being a possible match.
Yeah, but I mean, if you believe all these rumors, none of it makes any sense because they're like, Punk tried to get in WWE the same time he wouldn't shake hands with Regal because he was the WWE stooge. That makes no sense. Then it's he was trying to get to WWE and they don't want him, but at the same time it's going to be him versus Kevin Owens at WrestleMania. All these things can't be true. They can't not want him, and he's going to wrestle Kevin Owens at WrestleMania.
Yeah.
I kind of agree. I've heard some people say, Conan said this, and Dutch, they feel like someone is feeding Dave false information, which I do believe happens a lot. But from WWE saying that that there's no interest in Punk because they know he will go out and say it. And then when he does come in, it's actually more of a surprise.
Yeah. So we'll just have to wait and see if that comes true or not. They're saying at Survivor Series he might come out.
Yeah, honestly, I think everyone just is guessing because who really knows if...
What if he comes
who even knows if he wants to go? I don't know.
What if he comes out at Crown Jewel?
I don't foresee that happening. I don't believe that would be a place he would want to wrestle.
Well, there was talk last week of him maybe showing up in TNA.
Yeah, I don't foresee that happening.
Yeah, I don't think that'll happen either. He was apparently at their Chicago show.
Yeah. Yeah, which that was, see, anything he does, like, he was just there, like, visiting people because it was home. And then some people got mad because he left to go to the hockey game. And it's like, well, he's not under contract to the company. Why should he have to stay there for? I mean, apparently they say they asked him, and he wasn't a dick or anything. He just politely declined showing up on the television.
Mighty Lexar, he leaves the chat here, and he's in the chat. And he says it's been rumored Kevin Owens and Logan Paul feud.
Yeah, see, all this stuff's rumors. And I don't believe any of it or disbelieve any of it until it happens.
Patrick Howell, he says, I am on here. Hello. And then he says, I only had 3 trick-or-treaters.
I had zippity-doo-dah, zippity-day.
One time I put a Wolfman mask on and sat out with candy, and yeah, I scared more kids than I gave them candy, I think.
Were you trying to lure them in? You're like, here, little boy, I got some candy for you.
I don't know. I always drank like malt liquor
The
on
blood
my
of the
porch.
children. Oh.
So I thought I'd put a mask on and get candy, just so like I looked like more legitimate. But I was doing what I did every day anyway, just sitting on my porch drinking.
Damn.
But I just added a mask and candy to it.
Let's go hang out
Man.
on the porch drinking.
It's the tip for the alcoholic who wants to participate in life.
Just sit on
Now you're clean and sober.
Yay!
Hell yeah.
Have one of these.
Are you a drunk? Are you drinking?
I do drink at the strip club, but not. You know, I'm not an alcoholic.
I'm convinced strippers could talk you into anything.
What if the stripper said, "Hey, Poppy, you drink on the tequila, you get the lap dance"?
They're foreign. They're like from Germany.
Oh, they're
Ukraine.
foreign, sure. So they can't. They can't. I'm not sure what this means, but they're foreign, so they can't talk to
Foreign,
him.
so they can't talk to him.
Yeah, but they speak English.
So why can't they talk to you then?
I think one of them she's like just moved into this country, so she like trying to speak English. So, but she like learning a little bit by bit of English.
Well, you should bring her home and teach her how to speak English. Bring her home to your mom.
She's German, Jack.
So what?
Yeah.
Why does it, so you can't talk to Germans?
I talked to this one lady in a. Oh, sorry.
Just because she's German, she can't go to your house. You don't allow Germans in your house.
It'll be hard to communicate with German.
That's the thing. You bring her home and you teach her the international language of love. Right, Incher?
There you go.
So I should like show her my ass.
Show her that ring apron you got up on your wall.
That's usually an insult.
Actually,
The ring canvas. The girls go wild for the ring
Yeah, the CBS.
Yeah, would you make love to her on your ring canvas?
Yeah, probably.
Hell yeah, Incher.
Put your vagina on that blood stain.
Well, and once I jizz all
Someone
over,
left.
once I jizz all over her, I'll just chant GCW.
I could see that. I think that would get over with the woman, and you bring her home, make love to her on your wrestling ring apron, and then you start chanting GCW, GCW, GCW. Or why in the middle you just start going, "This is awesome."
And then the piss guy comes out of your closet, the jug piss guy.
And he starts chanting, "You deserve it."
Uh-huh.
Yeah, the hard part is like getting all the deadbolts and like locks done and keeping her in, and then you could do all that shit. Like then she's like, "Oh, that's cool." And she's like, "I need to get the fuck out of here." "Oh yeah, that sounds great."
Dang.
You're speaking from experience, aren't you?
Are these Bruce?
Should we get to these questions, you think?
I love women.
Okay.
They're beautiful.
I don't know if that answers anything.
Ooh, she works with Chinese and Brazilians. So who do you like more?
Brazilians.
They're both pretty awesome.
I love people for their hearts.
I was just about to say, I love whoever has the better heart.
Or the better ass. Which is probably Brazilian.
Yeah, Brazilians do have nice asses. There was this nice Brazilian stripper at the strip club with a nice, beautiful ass.
Hell yeah.
You think about that, incher?
I don't know if I believe it.
I was hitting on all the Chinese women when I worked in the Asian place, and all the Brazilian women when I worked in the Brazilian place.
And all the Korean girls when you work at the Korean place, and all the Australians when you were working at the Outback Steakhouse.
I went to college
all
with
the Italians
Koreans and Australians.
At the, Olive Garden.
I like Australian women a lot.
Tommy Kangaroo down, me sport. Tommy Kangaroo down. One of the In Your Head originals was an Australian lady. I don't know what happened. I haven't talked to her in years. Susie.
Mm-hmm. Susie?
Yeah, you remember Susie?
Yeah.
What was her name in the group? Rogue. Yeah, Rogue. I think she's on the Twitter. She used to be on Twitter. I don't know. I think she left Facebook.
She's on the X now.
Yeah. Or she just blocked me.
The X.
Bruce Briscoe wants to know, more scarier Jason Voorhees or Michael Mayer?
Ooh, more scary.
What the hell?
What are those guys on?
I'm afraid of Jason Voorhees.
Mm-hmm. He's pretty scary.
What horror movie villain would you be? Interesting.
Don't worry, I couldn't spell either.
Which horror movie villain would you be? That's a good question. I see Incher's one of the guys in Hills Have Eyes. Or Wrong Turn, maybe.
Mm-hmm. That sounds great. I think I'd be. I'd kind of like to be Jack Frost.
Like a living snowman?
Yeah, that would be different.
That'd be cool. There's a great shower scene in Jack Frost.
Mm-hmm. Oh man!
Not the dead dad Jack Frost with Batman.
Yeah. Although it's the same thing. He's a snowman in that.
True. Who would I be? This is good. I like this question.
Man,
I'd probably just be the best.
The best. Can't just choose the best.
How about
I have some Smurf candy.
Hannibal Lecter. I'd like to.
Lecter.
Yeah. That's pretty
so
cool.
we know how you're disposing of the bodies there.
After the off front.
That'd be good. Chew them up.
That's Smurfing awesome.
Some fava beans.
And a nice Chianti.
How about yourself, Alexa? Which horror movie villain would you like to be?
Probably Jason Voorhees, because he keeps coming back after death.
True.
You can't kill him. And I think he has more sequels in his movies than Jason Michael Myers.
No, I don't think so, actually. I think there's a lot of...
Yeah, Halloween may be past it.
Yeah.
So you got 8.
You got 1 through 6, and then you've got... And then you got H2O, and then the sequel to that, that's 8. Then you got the 2 Rob Zombies is 9, and the new trilogy's 12.
Well, there's 2 Rob Zombies.
Yeah. I think there's
8, 9, 10, 11,
also
12,
13.
Yeah, 13 movies.
No, I didn't see Freddy vs. Jason, but who won?
No spoilers.
No spoilers.
There was a run-in by Leatherface.
Mm-hmm.
How about you, Bruce? Who would you be?
I was thinking about the basket case,
Oh, nice. The Belial?
Yeah, the vestigial twin in that. But then I was like, no, you have to be the one in Total Recall.
Hell
I'm
yeah,
that vestigial twin.
Nice.
So, but if they got together and formed a team, they'd be unstoppable.
Yeah, yeah. And how about you, Ludite? What horror movie villain would you want to be?
Phantom of the Opera.
Phantom of the Opera. That's a good one. I like that.
Or the stuff.
The stuff? Yeah, you'd just be some white dudes out of the ground.
Yeah.
I like that.
We listed that already.
Yeah, Intra come eat you up, and yeah. Can't get enough of the stuff.
I'd also kind of like to be Ed 209 from RoboCop. He would be.
Hell yeah.
Like,
Intra would eat up my white stuff.
Have they ever made a porn? Have they ever made a porn parody of the stuff? Seems like it would be ripe for it.
It's like every porn is like some kind of white stuff coming out.
Will we ever see Uncle Howdy back in a WWE ring? Possibly, but I don't know. I think it'd be kind of bad taste to bring it back after the guy passed away.
Yeah.
Especially that he left the WWE and came back and like.
Yeah, I mean the guy's dead. I don't know.
It's kind of a.
And who are they going to get really that whole thing was Bray Wyatt. His mind. I don't know. I don't think we'll see it. Will Vince McMahon start a wrestling promotion in Saudi Arabia?
He already has.
Well, no, I mean, he's not really running WWE anymore. What if he started his own? What if Saudi Arabia backs Vince to start a whole new federation?
Should he even be allowed to leave the country? With all the...
I don't know. Who do you think would jump ship to join the Vince McMahon's company? Let's say the Prince, like, he's got unlimited funds. I give you all this money. Yeah. Would John Cena jump ship? Would he say, okay, I'm going to the new Saudi Arabia wrestling?
Yeah.
I know behind the scenes, Bruce Pritchard would be there.
Bruce Pritchard, Undertaker. Yeah. Undertaker would probably be behind the scenes guy. Possibly Cena. He can't really be full-time wrestler anymore.
Well, he has to because it's like he owns his name. So.
No, it's true. He just owns.
I mean, if he owns your name, I mean, you gotta do basically what the man wants. I think.
Baron Corbin.
Yeah,
maybe
definitely.
The Rock.
No, I don't think so because The Rock's never even done the Saudi.
Miz would definitely, probably.
Miz,
I don't know if
Lacey Evans would come back.
Probably, yeah. Lacey Evans would probably come back. Any of the women who would pop up, you'd know what was going on then. Lexar wants to know. In international and national WWE Premium Live Event news, WWE's announced a Premium Live Event in Berlin, Germany in August next year, and rumors of Backlash 2024 taking place in Paris, France. Meanwhile, Cleveland, Ohio, also, international, has been penciled in to be the host of SummerSlam. Are you intrigued?
Oh, yeah.
Hell yeah.
SummerSlam.
It is weird. It's like, one will be Berlin, then France, and then Ohio.
You love Ohio, Jack.
Oh, no, it's fine. I've never been to Ohio. I don't, maybe I have. Yeah, no, I have been. I was at Nightmares.
Yeah, you weren't too crazy about Columbus. You were just like...
Ohio, I think.
It wasn't, yeah.
Sorry.
That's all right. I just remember eating at Taco Bell a lot, and that wasn't very great. But I
It's
don't
like the
blame that on
most
Ohio.
populous state or something. Well, yeah, it's like the most cities or something. It's like deceivingly big.
Like Madon.
Yeah.
Like they got Cincinnati, Dayton, Columbus, Cleveland. I don't know. Is there another one? Another
That's
big
it.
one?
That's all the cities.
Big one.
Huron. The lake.
Oh, there's Erie at the top of
Huron.
Huron doesn't touch Ohio, does it?
I don't know. I just named a lake.
Erie touches the top of where Cleveland is.
Jujubeville.
Yeah. I seen Lake Erie.
Did you jump into it?
Yep.
Was it eerie?
It was. There is a beach up there that you can go in Lake Erie. Yeah.
Did you sunbathe on the beach? You ever do any nude sunbathing on the beach?
No. I've been on the beach, but I've never
you ever sunbathe your butthole? That was a thing there for a while. People would try to soak in sun rays into their butthole. Said it was healthy.
See, the sun's just the shine back there, though. You know, that's where that saying comes from. I don't.
Yeah, so people are trying to let it shine up in there.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, I need my butthole tanned.
Yeah. Of all places.
Lexar, the Will Ospreay Mike Bailey match from Impact Wrestling. Bow for Glory! Received a 5.25 star rating from David Boy Meltzer. Are you impressed, and did you watch the match? I'm so fucking impressed, but I did not watch. I'm sure it was good, though. Will Ospreay's pretty awesome.
Mm-hmm. You know, I will say that the Jericho match on the UK show, the Wembley show, I did think that Jericho was trying to wrestle a Will Ospreay match, and he just couldn't keep up.
Yeah, well, he is, in his 50s. So.
I don't think he made the right decision to try to wrestle a Will Ospreay match. So
yeah, he's past that point. He can still do stuff, but he has to realize his limits.
Yeah, I definitely think that he might have realized it on that match because it wasn't working too well. I mean, it was still a decent match, but I would say that was probably one of the lower end matches on that show, but that really was a great show.
The Miz is being groomed for a face run. Are you intrigued? I'm a fan of the Miz, but to me he's just a natural heel.
Yeah, I don't think he can be a good face. He's so good at being a heel.
Mm-hmm. AEW start. Sorry, go on.
I guess the time that he was was when he was teaming up with Johnny Nitro, and they were coming out as a team.
Yeah,
probably about the only time that he had a good face run that I can think of.
Yeah, I don't really see it working as a singles babyface guy, but I don't know. Who knows? He's been around so long, though, if you think about it. AEW star Nyla Rose is pushing Tony Khan for a new women's championship. Are you intrigued? No. That's the last thing the company needs is more titles of any kind. You already have 2 women's titles, too many. They want to do a tag belt. That's way too many. You're going to have 4 women with titles. And then not only that, you have to have feuds for all these. It just really makes it hard to have interesting matchups for those titles because there are really good women in AEW. I'm not someone who says there isn't, but there's a limit to them. So to have 3 ongoing, champions and having interesting programs with all of them is going to be it would be impossible, I think. Bad idea. They already have way too many titles as it is. Adding more is an awful idea. One of the biggest issues, I would say, in AEW is the amount of titles.
Yeah.
Thoughts on the footage of Vince McMahon, Mike Tyson, and rapper Eminem sitting together ringside for the Tyson Fury fight over the weekend?
No, I didn't.
What did they do?
They watched the fight.
Yeah, that's the first I knew that they were all sitting beside each other. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen it, but that's interesting.
Thoughts on the photo? It was weird. I was listening to Wrestling Observer while I was doing some stuff, so I wasn't really paying a lot of attention. They were talking about boxing for some reason, and then Meltzer started talking about the big upset when Buster Douglas beat Tyson, and he's like, "Yeah, but Buster was a real boxer, and Mike Tyson was an overrated boxer." And I was like, "Who in their right mind who followed sports at all would say Mike Tyson in his prime was overrated?" I mean, that's pretty stupid.
No, and Mike Tyson was like a school. He
his whole life was boxing.
Yeah, his like trainer was like one of his boxing
He went
historian
around,
guys.
I mean, it was huge. Yeah, and Customato, and he went around and he unified all the belts. It's funny because some people today think WWE invented unifying titles and undisputed champion. But as a kid, the big thing was Mike Tyson getting the world titles and becoming unified champion, undisputed heavyweight champion.
Yeah.
Lexar, thoughts on the photo of Jim Ross and a new look Jerry the King Lawler? It's cool that they were like at a diner together.
Yeah, they got together, and Jerry's been real sick, so it's good.
I barely recognize Jerry Lawler, though.
He's old.
Yeah, he's had some health issues, and he may have grew the goatee because of that.
Does Jim Cornette need a sedative or a laxative? Patrick Howell says, I think Jim Cornette needs to shut his damn mouth. Boom.
I heard a rumor that Jim Cornette might show up in AEW, but I doubt it.
No, he won't.
Nah, he's done his damage to the product, and I think he's happy about that. So,
Lexar, do you have a busy schedule? Sometimes, yes. This month was very busy for me.
Oh, I thought you were saying, does Lexar have a busy schedule?
He was asking us, I believe.
Oh. I mean, I've worked 40 hours a week, and then I do the show, and so I mean, I'm fairly busy on the weekends and stuff. So work the midnight shift.
Midnight meat train.
Mm-hmm.
How about you, Lexar? You got that busy schedule, sitting around the strip club?
Well, when I
picking out which white T-shirt to wear.
I used to when I'm unemployed. I used to schedule things I do,
like what? Brushing your teeth.
Yeah,
shaving, jerking off.
Take a nap.
Whoa! You got a schedule taking a nap. Wow.
Yeah, because I do get tired.
See, Incher, you're out there. Oh, I got to work 40 hours a week. Lexar's got to schedule naps, man.
Oh, I see.
But it's just for 10 minutes, though. I sleep for 10 minutes and wake up and watch something else on YouTube.
Wow, that's a hard life.
Man, you gotta use pencils with your planners because you never know when you gotta pencil something.
Pencils have erasers. He's like, I can't watch YouTube now, Incher. I've got to eat some crackers and take a nap.
I did apply for this. I did apply for some jobs online, so I'm not sure if I get.
Oh, that's good.
Contacted, so.
That's how you gotta do it.
I did try to contact my former employer, but I don't think he's not gonna pick me up anymore. After he allegedly thinks I broke something, but no, it's not broken. It's just old.
Yeah.
Well, what kind of stuff you apply for?
Lots of jobs. I used to like one of the boosters jobs I applied for. A cook. What did you work inside? A cook? A chef?
Yes.
Okay, there you go.
Use the good old knife.
Well, you probably can't just be a chef with no training, but you could be maybe a line cook or something.
A line cook. A chef.
Wash the dishes. Yar.
Washer, yeah.
I did wash the dishes, but they make me use a machine to wash
That's
dishes.
a lot better than washing by hand.
They'll replace you eventually. The machine will take over.
I used to wash dishes nursing home, and I would much prefer putting them in the machine than washing them all by hand.
Yeah, I'm so good at washing dishes that they'll make me do all of them. They'll be like, let Bruce do them. And it sucks. So I try not to do the dishes.
Just reuse them. Who cares if they're eating off dirty dishes?
Sometimes I throw them away if I get pissed off. I'm like, I'll tell the server, nah, just throw that fucking thing away. I'm not fucking washing it.
Don't take
Just throw
notes,
it away.
Lexar. Don't go start your new job and just start throwing the dishes.
Don't get caught. And don't eat the food off the plates. Because A, it's disgusting, and B, everyone will think you're a freak, and C, it's disgusting. Yeah, you'll probably get fired. I've seen people do it. It's gross.
Really?
Lexar, bring home a big feast. You have a big bag just full of half-eaten burgers.
Dude, some old lady's mustache will be all over a burger when she's eating it, and then some dishwasher will eat it in the back. And I'm like, ugh.
Some soup. Where were we? As an adult, are you a Hooters or Twin Peaks, Mark? What a weird combination. Hooters or Twin Peaks? The TV show Twin Peaks?
Yeah, I don't know what they're talking about. Hooters.
This is Lexar.
Is there a restaurant up there named Twin Peaks, Lexar?
Yeah, there is.
Oh, I thought you meant the David Lynch TV show.
Yeah, I don't think that's a national thing. I've never heard of it.
Is it like
It's
big,
it's kind of like
two big dongs, or like Twin Peaks like boobs?
But it's like mountain people, but they're like in tube tops.
Mountain people?
Yeah,
like prospectors.
It's females.
Well,
It's like hillbilly. It's a hillbilly restaurant.
You don't mean like the German outfits? What's that? The Lederhosen? Or
Oktoberfest.
Hell yeah!
Like that.
Like in the Alpine.
Is
I've never been to either one.
I think Hooters food sucks, so I'll go with
Yeah.
Their wings are awful at Hooters, and I don't know why everybody like.
Yeah, they're gross.
They're
Lexar just goes to get a hard on.
I made somebody celebrate their birthday at Hooters, so the girls would like sing.
Like,
to them.
it's not like I can't eat there. Like, it's edible food. It's fine, but it's like I don't think it's like good. But
Or maybe you're scared you might get a hard on, then like it will stay there and like people will watch you.
Not,
I'm not.
you're
worried.
really
The waitresses. Yeah, the waitresses like IQ will like make you forget about your boner. It's like, oh my god.
Lexar doesn't care about that. The ones he goes after can't even speak English.
Yes, that's the key. Like, but
I'm gonna open Big Dong's restaurant. It's gonna be all waiters with real tight, showing their packages. Ensure.
and they can't speak English either.
Would you go there, Lexar?
No.
They'll be like, no talkie, more sucky, and that's all they can say in English.
Did you see that Liv Morgan was at Applebee's the other day? She's eating good at the neighborhood, Jack. You need to go down to Applebee's where you can get yourself one of their 6-ounce sirloins.
Their steaks really blow. Like if you just get chicken tenders or like bar stuff, but I remember getting a steak and it was like not even a real steak. It was like a foreign patty or something. It completely sucked. If you had free tickets and an all-expenses-paid trip to Saudi Arabia to attend a WWE Blood Money show, would you go?
No. I would not go to Saudi
I don't even
Arabia
watch them for free.
under any circumstances. I don't think you'd have to force me to go there, honestly. Like that's
Nowadays,
I don't want to go to.
is Dubai in like? Is that a
Dubai
different place?
Oh, that's the India.
Oh,
Dubai, India. Yeah, that's somewhere else totally.
I want to go to the buildings in Dubai or Abu Dhabi.
Abu Dhabi.
That's what it is. It's Abu Dhabi, but they call it Dubai.
Nikhil Callahan wants to know. As Vic says, I wouldn't want to be within 5,000 miles of the Middle East right now. Yeah,
Good plan.
Exactly where you'd want to be at the moment. Leon Slater's now signed with TNA. Hell yeah, Leon Slater! Yes!
Who's Leon Slater?
So I gotta get my
Leon
phone moment.
Slater?
Who's Leon Slater?
Who's Leon Slater?
Who's Leon Slater?
Who is Leon Slater?
I'll be right back.
Are you even a wrestling fan?
I guess not.
Scott D'Amore presented the 19-year-old star with a contract at the recent TNA tapings that took place in Coventry, England. Thoughts? Oh, fuck. Yes! New boom period. TNA's going right to the top with Leon Slater. What?
Well, if this guy does become a huge star and this flips.
Then I will say I called it. Incher doubted me. And I was pro Leon Slater.
Is this Leon Slater? He kind of has an Ortiz kind of vibe.
Yep.
Is that him?
It's him. He's kicking ass, taking names. He's part of the UK invasion. I watched Collision for the first time since Punk left. Great show with a great main event. I would have liked to watch this last week. I heard it looked like a good show to me.
Mm-hmm.
LFI made their return in AEW. Excellent. Who?
LFI. Oh, yeah. They came back. But I don't really even know who they were that well. Like, I guess they're from Japan or something. Or they're like a British team. And
Well, that's very different. They're either from Japan or Britain.
I'm not even. No, it's not Aussie Open. It was like another team.
Oh, Los Ingobernables. That's one of my brother's favorite groups.
Oh, okay. I was thinking of another team there. No, they're not the same team, are they? They call them something else, don't they?
I put in LFI, and that's what came up.
The Rouge team?
La Fascion Ingobernable. Yeah, they're part. That Rouge is part of that, I guess. I don't know. I'm a big fan of Rouge, though. Heath Slater is now a free agent. According to Fightful Select, the longtime industry veteran is no longer under contract to Impact. Where do you think he'll end up? Now, I'll keep aside. I am a big Heath Slater fan, and he is a good example of a guy who had buzz and went to Impact and really just dropped off the face of the earth. You never really heard anything about him. And that's not even like a knock that Impact is good or bad. It's just people go there and you really don't hear from him again. But I thought he got a bad rap, not a bad rap, but he got screwed over. He was got himself really over with Rhino in an angle that they probably never thought would do anything. And was even, and then he was in, like, he's always in goofy gimmicks, always got him over, and was just let go. He's to me an example of a guy they really didn't want, no matter how over he got. But maybe under new regime, maybe they'd give him a shot back in WWE. I don't know. I'd like to see it. I like to see him go I'd be happy for him to go anywhere and do well. I like the guy.
Why'd you do that, Cabbage Patch Kid? What the hell?
It's porcelain, so I have to wrap it up so it doesn't get messed up.
Damn, that's what Incher wants to do.
Because it's probably worth a lot of money.
No.
It weighs like 15 pounds.
Damn.
Yeah, it's real human hair.
Whoa.
No, I don't know. It's wig hair. I don't know.
Well, I mean, it could be real human hair and wig hair at the same time.
I don't know. This is a normal one.
So they want our predictions here.
And I play with all the time.
This is the matches at Crown Jewel. Io Sky. I guess that's the main event. Sami Zayn versus JD McDonough. Sami Zayn. Man, poor Sami Zayn. What a crap match. Seth freaking Rollins versus Drew McIntyre for the World Heavyweight Championship.
Seth Rollins.
I hope Drew McIntyre cuts his head off with the broadsword.
Yeah, I'm
Claymore.
sick of that character.
I signed up for his wrestling school.
Really?
With Seth Rollins.
Oh.
But I can't go until like 2024.
Well, it's only a couple months.
Or it might have been 2025 or something.
Damn.
It's like a year out at least.
I'm not trying to be a naysayer, but he probably has nothing to do with it because he's probably never has time to be there.
I hear Shawn Michaels had a wrestling school. He's never there.
He was there.
Oh.
Brian
Yeah,
Danielson
that's when he
there,
was
so-
off.
Yeah, it was before he made his comeback.
Oh, okay.
Rhea Ripley defending her title versus Nia Jax versus Shayna Baszler versus Zoe Stark versus Raquel Rodriguez in
Rhea
a
Ripley.
fatal 5-way.
Rhea Ripley.
Yeah, I want Rhea to win that. Roman Reigns defending the title versus LA Knight. Why is that in the middle of the card?
I don't know. I'd say Roman Reigns is going to win.
Yeah.
I don't think it's right, though. I don't think they should be having LA Knight lose already.
I don't mind him losing, but I wish it would have been on a better pay-per-view than the Saudi Arabia show.
Mm-hmm.
Rey Mysterio defending he's the U.S. champ. Wow, they've got a lot of titles too, don't they? All wrestling has way too many titles. Versus Paul Logan.
Paul Logan. Logan Paul.
Logan Paul, whatever.
Paul Logan.
Jason Segel.
All the teenage girls just shut off the show.
I want.
Like, how dare him?
I want Hogan Paul.
Man, I really can't
Hogan
stand either
Paul.
of these guys, but I guess I want Rey Mysterio to win.
Look at this banana.
Well, hey, I thought you were just happy to see me.
It's like, yeah.
You're missing a cucumber, Bruce.
Whoa.
Wait. I actually bought this because, like, it's a plantain.
All right.
So this
Fried
is a regular.
plantains are good.
This, yeah, I'm gonna do that. But yeah, this is a regular banana, and this is a plantain.
That's a bit. That's a BBC, a BBP, a big bold plantain. BBP.
Where on the spectrum does everyone lay? Holiday show.
It's not how you use your plantain, or it is how you use it, not how big it is. I screwed that up.
You need a bigger one than that.
Oh.
Good night.
He's got a busy schedule. He's got to go schedule his nap.
What's the triple B stand for? What's he talking about? The triple B. I'm not sure what I forget what that meant. MJF always calls it the triple B.
Who?
Is it like a big beautiful belt? Is that what it means?
Oh, maybe. I don't know. I honestly
can't remember. But like he always refers to it as the triple B.
Cody, interest boy, Cody Rhodes versus Damian Priest.
My mom just gave me my response, the thumbs up. She just said.
Was she watching the show?
No, she's telling me to make sure.
Make your bed.
I probably should make bed, but I don't.
John Cena versus Solo Sikoa.
John Cena, he's gonna win. They're not gonna have John Cena lose to this guy in Saudi Arabia.
And the main event is Io Sky versus Bianca Belair. That's not going to get a good reaction.
It was really over in Puerto Rico, but like the Io Sky.
Yeah.
She got like a crazy reaction in Puerto Rico.
I feel so weird. I don't watch it, so I'm like very just confused by all these matches.
Yeah.
I think Bianca Belair wins the belt back.
Yeah. Probably.
On this day in 2001, WWE SmackDown taping Booker T and Test defeated The Rock and Jericho to win the WWF Tag Team titles. What are your memories? None whatsoever. I have no memory of Booker T and Test being a tag team.
Booker T and Test. Jeez.
They were both in the doghouse.
That's got to be a Nikhil question.
It was. Favorite Halloween horror? Seems like we answered this many times, but his favorite is H2O. His favorite horror movie of all time.
Oh my God! That banana. Oh my God!
This is my only Halloween candy.
Let's sit back and enjoy the moment.
Yeah, come on, Bruce.
Oh yeah, do it slower, Bruce.
I'll eat the plantain next.
Hell yeah. Do it both at the same time. It'll be like me and Incher. They're there with you.
I hear plantain is a lot to take. I don't know.
I've heard that before. Favorite Halloween movie? Oh God, Nikhil. His favorite Halloween movie is Hocus Pocus. Oh, for God's sakes.
How did it even work this thing?
Whoa.
Oh, shit. I don't know. That looks like...
Pumpkinhead.
Your favorite Halloween movie?
Yeah, I like Pumpkinhead. There's a lot of... No, I like Pumpkin. I like the original Halloween. I mean, original Halloween's probably the best. But I like Pumpkinhead. And Trick or Treat's a good movie.
Yeah, Trick or Treat is
not not the one with Skippy, but
Trick or Treat. That is a great film.
Yeah.
I hadn't seen it until last year, so
Tales from Halloween's a fun one. It's a newer anthology. It's fun too. It has been 11 years since we got introduced to Roman Reigns, and the rest is history. Thoughts? Well, I mean, he's clearly one of the best of all time. No matter if you like him or not, he's a big star.
For sure.
A year ago today, the term "Usi" was coined by Sami Zayn. Oh, really?
That was a year ago already.
Yeah. Seth Rollins now hits 150 days as World Heavyweight Champion. Rate his title reign out of 10.
I really just don't get it. I don't get why people like this Seth Rollins character.
I think making a whole other title after you unified your other belts, it's just so dumb and counterproductive. Why even unify the other two belts if you're just going to make a whole new one? How would you rate Keith Lee's run in AEW out of 10? Not too great. Probably a 3.
How would I rate what?
Keith Lee's AEW run.
Oh, it hasn't been that great.
No.
I am interested in what they got going on with his former partner.
Swerve?
No. I know a lot of people won't be familiar with it, but Taylor, Shane Taylor, his old partner.
Oh.
And I did watch ROH during that time, and I did like that team, and then it just ended because Keith Lee ended up going to WWE. And so I am kind of interested in it, but I know it's not too much for a lot of people because I know a lot of people probably didn't watch that ROH. But I'm looking forward to that feud. Oh, he's back. Welcome back, Reddy.
Let's see. On this day, the Fiend Bray Wyatt won the Universal Championship 4 years ago by beating Seth Rollins at Crown Jewel 2019. I really don't like to say anything bad about the guy who's passed away, but I was not a fan of that run at all.
Yeah. I mean, I like a lot of his stuff was like out of it was creative. It was something we'd never seen before. But I mean, it wasn't like our favorite type of stuff. It was
bad,
unconvincing.
Especially the matches. I thought
the matches for sure, but like I enjoyed some of the vignettes, just like the batshit craziness of it, like like smashing the rabbit and all that.
WWE announced Bash in Berlin next year. I will try to go. That's cool. Eddie Kingston wishes things worked out differently between CM Punk and AEW. I think most people who think rationally would say the same.
Wasn't he the guy who just looked at him and said, "Nobody wants you here"?
Well, I think that was part. I think that was actually part of the gimmick, though. I think it was, it was a story. I don't think that was, reality.
So they worked that out before.
Yeah, I think so. No, I would have liked to seen more of their feud. Honestly, I thought they were good together. In typical Cornette fashion, Jim Cornette is So I saw this earlier. Apparently, Jeff Jarrett invited Cornette to Dynamite, and then Cornette made a, just trashed it on the internet. But I was like, dude, that's an old friend of yours.
I think he was still kind of friendly with him.
Yeah. Well, this is what Cornette replied. I appreciate the invitation from real Jeff Jarrett to attend AEW taping in Louisville. I tried hard to make it work, but I couldn't find another person in town going so we could split the 2-for-1 ticket offer. But maybe they can find another ratings ploy in time. I honestly think that's just shitty. It's a longtime friend of his who he got him with work and Impact when he was there, Cornette. So he could have just said no and not made it public, I think.
Yeah, that probably would have been the classier thing to do. Yeah. Than to, I know he has this huge feud with AEW and he wants to.
Yeah, but honestly, why? I don't even honestly, if you don't like it, it's fine. But he should be happy it's another place that wrestlers can make a living. He even gets mad that they pay him so well, which I think is very strange.
Yeah, that's how I feel. It's like you got WWE, you just want WWE, and that's it. I mean, it is nice that there's another option out there.
Yeah, even if you don't like it, you shouldn't want it to just be dead.
Yeah, that's why I don't understand why he's so
Honestly, I think he's a big detriment to Modern Wrestling doing better because there are people who follow him, no matter what he would say, and trashing that so bad they will never give it a shot, even if they would like it.
Yeah, we kind of seen it in person. And we even was involved with it with the fan fest that we went to. The things that he would say, a lot of people kind of, a lot of them really, dug into it. So we're not denying that people don't follow him.
Oh no, they do. Honestly, because you can even see people they use the exact same insults he does. I always think that's kind of cringy when you just take all the stuff someone says.
Yeah. You just use it for your own. It's I know where this is coming from, a lot of it, But yeah, I think that is pretty shitty for him to do, especially since he's still friends with Jeff Jarrett and
he always wants the business to do well, and it's going to do better. More places people can actually make a living.
Mm-hmm.
Matthew,
he is full of shit at times.
Oh well, some of the stuff is just so obvious. He's just is so biased. You can't. I don't even know how you can even take some of it serious.
Yeah.
Matthew Perry passed away. My favorite film of his was 17 Again. I have no idea what that. I just don't have any really knowledge. I know he was in Friends. I never watched the show, and I don't think I've ever seen anything with him in. But it's it's too bad anyone passed away.
I was really struggling to think of any Matt Perry film.
I have one.
What was yours?
He did Almost Heroes with Chris Farley. It was Chris Farley's last movie. And it has Eugene Levy in it. And I don't know, it's kind of like a Christopher Guest kind of historical, Lewis and Clark kind of thing, but it's Chris Farley driven, so it's goofy as hell.
I'm not even bashing the guy though when I say I can't remember any of his movies, but I
just know him.
He was just a shill kind of.
Well, he had a great run with Friends, and that's good on him. That's a lot more than a lot of actors accomplish in their careers. So, that's
I'm looking over this. I don't honestly don't think I've seen any of the movies that he's in.
Yeah,
and
the Chris Farley one's good. It's worth watching, but if you like comedy stuff like that.
But
yeah, I don't think I've seen any of this stuff.
It's a shame he passed away, and I'm curious, like, what actually caused him to drown. I mean, it could be a real freak thing that happened, or it could be, like you said earlier, but I mean, that's a more likely scenario, but hopefully not. But yeah, I don't know any of his films though. I know him.
Yeah, I
don't. But we should check out the one that Bruce recommends here.
It's good.
I do like Chris Farley.
It's hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
According to the Wrestling Observer newsletter, the plan originally was for the winners of FTR vs. Starks Bill rematch to then defend the titles against the Young Bucks, who won a multi-team match at Wrestle Dream to become the top contenders. Now speculates that his particular plan has been canceled, as there has been no recent mention of the Bucks being in line for the title shot. That's really bad storytelling, though, to have guys win on a big pay-per-view and not follow through with the title match.
Yeah.
Like, you could just do it versus, if for some reason, if FTR got hurt or something, you could just have him wrestle Starks.
Like Big Bill and Starks won a Collision, wasn't it?
Yeah, so just why can't the Bucks just wrestle them?
Yeah, I don't know.
It would actually help them as Starks and Big Bill, really elevating them as, tag champs beat the Young Bucks.
Did they take the belts off of them just because they don't know, like, what Wheeler's status?
I don't know. I heard that the one guy might actually be hurt or something. So I don't know. I actually like Starks and Big Bill as tag champs, though. I think that's good. And it wasn't expected.
I wasn't expecting them to pick up the belts. So.
And I'm a fan of both. I think they're good together.
I
like
missed
it.
that Collision, so I kind of regret not seeing that one. But
4 years ago today in Dynamite, Santana and Ortiz attacked the Rock and Roll Express. I remember that. Boy, it doesn't seem that long ago.
Yeah, they had their grudge match on Rampage, and it was a pretty good match. And Ortiz lost, and he refused to shake.
Wow, you wouldn't think? Boy, the team's been around forever, and they had their match on Rampage.
Yeah, I thought that was something that should have been a pay-per-view match.
Yeah,
honestly.
Definitely.
That would be like, I mean, not like the main event, but
it should have been on a pay-per-view. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought they really gave that one away. I mean, especially on Rampage.
Yeah.
Maybe they just wanted to get it over with or something, because I know the guys are.
I think at the very least Dynamite or Collision.
Yeah, but it was on Rampage this week, and it was a fun match, and I hate that they don't like each other, but
yeah, I do too. I don't really foresee them being very big by themselves, but I mean, maybe we'll. Yeah. I wish them both. I do like them, so.
I do think Santana's a good talker. A lot of the promos that I've seen in the past on the Impact TNA Wrestling was pretty good promos, but I'll be curious to see what happens. It looks like Santana is being groomed by he was joining somebody at the end.
I like when people get groomed. That's good.
Whoa.
No. I'm thinking of Aussie Open guy, Fletcher.
Oh yeah, he's good.
He's joining the Callis group.
Yeah, I think it's because the other guy's hurt currently, but I'm a big fan of the Don Callis group.
Yeah, Mark Davis, I think, got hurt. But, yeah, it seems like he's... And it kind of makes sense because he's buddies with Ospreay as well. If Ospreay... his contract's up and he could go...
I bet he just ends up in AEW, but I think a lot of it is trying to... I mean, he's been on record many times saying he didn't want to go to WWE. But, I mean, if they give him a giant deal, who knows, but...
Well, I've heard that he's like willing to make a move from.
Yeah, I think he's definitely going to come here, but I kind of foresee he'll be in AEW. But, if you at least see what they offer you, you also get a better deal in AEW and stuff.
Yeah.
I think it's really weird that because I see people saying like, I think the days of when you just keep calling guys indie darlings and they don't have the size for WWE and they don't have charisma, don't have promos. For one thing, it's like, have you ever even seen the guy? Because the guy's not a tiny guy. He's not a giant, but he's not this tiny dude. He's actually can cut really good promos. His promo against Jericho leading into the UK show is really emotional and good. And as far as this idea that indie darlings will never make in WWE, like, have you paid attention to like the last 10 years? CM Punk was world champ for over a year. Daniel Bryan was one of the most over guys in modern wrestling and was multiple time world champion. Kevin Owens has been, a main event guy. Sami Zayn, even though he's not world champ, he's like a top star in the company. Finn Balor was a world champion. Ricochet, he's there. He's not the top guy, but he's a guy on the rock. AJ Styles, world champion. There's been a plethora of quote-unquote indie darlings that are mainstays on the roster, main event guys. Where do you think these people are? Seth Rollins, another guy you could say, this is just an indie darling, multiple-time world champion. Where do you think these guys are going to come from? You're either going to be a guy that's like a Logan Paul who just was a name on the internet. That's how many guys like that are you going to find? Not very many. Or people that were related to somebody like Braun Breaker. Yeah. Besides that, or a giant guy like Braun Strowman. Besides that, they're going to be guys from the indie scene.
Or like a guy that in the past Vince would just handpick them and just try to make them into a big talent.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see much less of that.
Yeah, because
and a lot of them didn't turn out, like Baron Corbin or something.
Oh yeah, there's been a lot that didn't.
Even John Cena was. I remember hearing about John Cena and seeing John Cena when he's on the Indies. He didn't stay there long, but that's where he got a buzz, was on the indie scene, and then he went to OVW. And that's where they're going to be. And if you look at wrestling, John Moxley was world champ. All these guys were big names on the indie scenes.
Yeah. It's don't try to develop yourself, just try to be it. And it's how do you do that? Yeah. You got to start somewhere.
And to say a guy, some of these guys are just indie dudes, when they've main evented giant shows in Japan and stuff, it's kind of silly.
It's or just make Vince choose you. And it's how the hell is that even done? He doesn't even like wrestling.
Yeah.
No, he's only going to choose people.
The style has changed in all of wrestling. It's a much, for better or worse, you can argue that's not a good thing. There's more injuries and stuff. But people they're doing the dives, they're doing the big moves, they're doing a more style that got popular in the indie scene. And the idea that any of these guys are too small, again, like Daniel Bryan, Punk, AJ Styles, these aren't giant dudes. Let's see here. And then if they go there and become big stars, then they'll change. Then they'll just say, "Oh, it's because they retrained them to wrestle in NXT or something."
But yeah, it's a bunch of BS.
I do think fans really get kind of brainwashed by that guys become they totally retrain them or something. Like AJ Styles was retrained by WWE.
He didn't retrain anything, It's come on. Vic Schiavone, he says he has to tap out from the bad internet.
All right. Well, it's good to see you. Sorry you couldn't been here longer.
Yeah. Thank you, Vic. We appreciate you. The Blair didn't necessarily work out, but I'm sure.
But we love the Dobbs. Happy birthday, Dobbs. 4 years that we did that one, I think. It was stated by Dave Meltzer that a lot of guys have a lot of input on what they're doing, so they're doing stuff, but they don't really know a long-term direction. AEW producer coach Jerry Lynn addressed the situation with the following message. Because wrestlers and God knows who else have and continue to leak info to the sheets, podcasts, etc., so Tony tries to keep things confidential. You wouldn't want to know everything before you see a movie. I get that, but at the same time, you have to have actual long-term plans and can't just like start just like this is a match where we say this all the time. A lot of these matches are great matches, but if you had a long-term story to it, it would bring way more interest.
So he's saying
it's kind of cutting off your nose to spite your face kind of deal. Like I get you don't want anything spoiled, but you still have to have like long-term stories.
You gotta have performers who are not leaking stuff too.
Yeah, that used to not be an issue in the company, so it must be some of your newer people.
Like if Mark Hamill went and said, "Well, I'm going to be Luke. Darth Vader's going to be my father."
Right.
You know, I mean, that would totally ruin that big surprise. You guys got to think about that. You can't just leak everything.
Wembley Stadium was advertising All In opposite the London WWE house show on Sunday. I don't understand that, because didn't that already happen?
Are they having another show like that's coming up? Like, is this like the next Wembley show he's speaking about?
I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know enough about it. That's weird. That's pretty lame if they scheduled a house show, though, in London the same night they're doing All In.
Mm-hmm.
On this day, I'm sure people tell me it's just a coincidence. On this day in WWE 10 years ago, Damien Sandow cashes in his Money Bank briefcase to lose. Yeah, boy, that was another guy that no matter how over he got and whatever bad gimmicks they gave him, he turned into good stuff. They just did not like him, and he really had never a shot to do anything.
I just saw him on NWA Power.
I'm a fan.
He's banned his own old gimmick. He had the robe and everything.
Oh, nice. I like him.
Yeah.
Lexar, favorite footage of NFL fans fighting? Come on, dude.
Like when that dude got the pop
I have a
thrown
list
in his
of this
face.
stupid shit.
I really don't know. I'm kind of clueless.
Didn't Jack win a cruise vacation at the casino? Yeah, I did. I didn't go pick it up, though. I had to actually go in on a certain day and pick it up at the casino, and I never did. Can Jack visit the all-new AEW new TNA shop website? Well, I would have if you would have still been on and not been a lazy bitch and hung up.
Booyah, 619.
Has Jack put mice traps in his home to get rid of them? I don't have mice all over my house. What are you talking about? But yeah, I've had mice traps different times. The only time I see mice is sometimes here in the basement. But I live literally across the street from the state forest. It's not unusual to see a field mouse in your basement.
Yeah, the country mice, not
yeah, they're little field
rats.
Mice. Yeah, it's not a big deal. And if if they were in the house, I'd have them, but they're not. I know it's in my basement. It's not in my house. If you could have wrestling parents, who would be your mom and dad?
Oh shit!
If I had wrestling parents, who would be my mom?
Tony Khan, my wrestling daddy. Even though I'm older than him. But then I have stake in AEW. I don't want Vince McMahon, my dad.
No, that's also an issue. Did you see that thing? It was like they asked Vince's grandson about like wrestling.
Yeah, and everyone like posted like it's some kind of news. It's like, who gives a shit if he says he doesn't watch who cares? What do you think he's gonna say? Oh, that's my favorite promotion.
Well, his company doesn't own or his family doesn't own the company anymore.
Gee, what should I answer when someone asks me what I think of the opposition to the company that my family owns, that my grandfather owned, that my great-great-grandfather started? Gee, I don't know. Maybe I should say it's my favorite.
So they asked him about AEW. I thought they just asked him about wrestling in general.
They asked him, yeah, and he just said, I don't watch that crap. Yeah. But I mean, what do you expect him to say? And who cares? Did anyone even know who he was before that?
Not really. probably seen him at like one of the run-ins at when Shane brought all his kids out. But.
His name is Vincent Kennedy McMahon the Fourth.
Yikes.
Lexar wants to know who cuts your toenails.
Oh, I cut my own toenails.
Yeah, I cut my own toenails.
Mm-hmm.
I can't bend over that far.
Grab your ankles, Bruce.
You can't touch your toes?
Oh, I can. I can touch other things too. It's
Whoa.
Great.
Doing the PAFO over here.
Oh, wow.
No, it's like where you bend your wiener backwards. Whoever was saying about that.
Oh yeah, that's the mitten. Mitten can actually stick.
That's how I cut my toes.
Oh well,
toenails.
no, Mitten can stick the head of his penis into his own butthole.
Why would you do that?
I love that story. I like this better than any of the stuffed animals I have.
What the? Oh, I thought you meant the Mitten putting his penis in his butthole. Or just
I can think about that later, I guess.
Budzinski, does coffee make you poop? This comes up a lot with Budzinski, and I've heard other people say this, and I'm someone who drinks coffee all the time, and no, I do not have that. That does not happen to me.
I don't drink coffee, but I'm just going to say yes.
Maybe, as much as you poop, imagine if you're drinking coffee.
It just has yet to poop.
I'm just going to say yes.
Your butt would be like a leaky faucet. It'd just be dripping poop.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's a good image.
No, it's not. No.
You'd be like the guy on the subway.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I put him to shame. That's pretty bad if you did put the guy who just shit on the subway, and he's like, yeah, that's a good job, and then you come up and shit even more. He'd be like, what the fuck? This guy's serious shitter.
Would you lie on your job resume and work experience just to get the job or career you wanted?
You really shouldn't, because they can be background checks and see it.
I've never told a lie.
Yeah.
I think that's
I will
how
say
you do
though,
it.
they don't want to hear the truth. They don't want to. They sit and get fed lies all the time, and it's just like.
So the first feature film I worked on, they asked me. Well, first they asked me to do the role in it, and they asked me if I would do BTS, and I said, yeah, absolutely. I had no idea what that meant, so I Googled it afterwards. I was happy to find out it was behind the scenes. So I was like, oh, yeah, I'm glad I didn't agree to something, shady. So that just meant I filmed, all the behind the scenes footage. And so I told my friend Trista, who used to be co-host on With That Year, Trista Robinson, actress, and she said, that is the LA way. And she told me to always lie and say yes, that you either have done it or can do it when they ask you anything in movies.
Nice.
So it's like.
So it worked out for me.
You pretty much do have to feed them lies to get the job.
Right. So yes, of course I will do BTS. I didn't even know what the hell it meant.
But my thing is, employers learn when people are lying to you. That's what I need to say, because I think it's bullshit whenever I'm telling the truth and I get beat out by somebody else who just comes in there and just lies.
As Satanic Jackie Jones, I said, tell them the lies.
I try to be honest, and it's one of my biggest faults, I think.
Yes. Biggest faults is honesty, says the liar.
No, I'm not lying about this. I have trouble finding jobs just because I try to be honest. And I don't like BS myself a whole lot. I don't, you really got to talk yourself up and just feed like a bunch of freaking lies in an interview. Interviews are just the worst thing ever.
I'm the greatest there is.
I'm a good interviewer.
Are you a good interviewer, Bruce?
I'm a good test taker. I'm a good interviewer.
I'm not.
My thing is, like, you got to realize, you think like, man, if I do this, something's going to happen. If I do that, something else is going to happen. And really in life, no one's fucking paying attention to anything anyone else is doing other than themselves. So you basically got to just get through the little parts where they're really focusing on you for the 10 minutes or whatever it is. Because after that, they're going to be fucking thinking about something else. No one cares about what anyone else is doing. So everyone else should be like, there's no pressure because people really don't give a fuck. But you're special, and you mean something in this world. I'm just saying, other people. I think Satan Jackie Jones might agree.
Tony Obastas. Have you ever been turned on by someone taking a dump?
No, that's not a good thing.
Yeah, I think Bruce might say yes. He's talking about. He's like, it's not the poop. It's coming out of the butthole. You got to really focus on the butthole.
I just like giving people bad suggestions.
Like, let's say like Stacy Keebler just came into your house and she's like, I just really got to go take a shit.
See, I love
that. Kill it for you?
Yeah. Like, she's got a great ass, but like, I don't want to see poop coming out.
It's like, oh, I'm thinking about her long legs just on your toilet seat, trying to, squeeze out a nice.
Good long skirt and a short turd.
So you're saying you ask her that and you watch her do it too? You don't just like...
Well, that's what the hidden cameras are for.
Okay. So the hidden picture...
When I was at your house, like, Intro, did you take any hidden video of me?
No.
I was at Intra's house. Did you know that, Bruce? I was in that very room.
He's been in this room.
Wow.
We shared a very intimate evening there. That we will not talk about here. I can't really do the voice without the mask. I think the mask really
helps it.
I see you guys never made it out of the closet.
Hey.
Oh my.
Boom. Dobbs Dean Maya. How do you convince your partner to take the tongue in the bum? Like, how does one start up the convo without sounding like a weirdo? I think it would probably be harder the reverse of that.
Yeah, I think the other way, yeah.
Yeah, trying to talk them into sticking their tongue up your bum. But if you're into sticking the tongue in their bum, I think you're probably more likely to at least get I think that's probably an easier conversation.
It's a shitty conversation.
That's true.
Not if you shower first and bathe. Not if your partner's well washed. Maybe that's one. Maybe Dobbs doesn't want that though either. I don't know. Maybe Dobbs into the
dirtiness of it,
the dirty booty licking. Love the show, guys. Keep up the great work. Well, thank you, Dobbs.
Thank you.
Brian Matthew Klutz. He's got a picture for us. He says he drove by this on vacation and he wants to know if we are intrigued. Let me get it ready.
Oh my god.
Are we intrigued, Incher? He drove by this Big Bone Lick State Park.
Big Bone Lick State Park.
Looks pretty rockin'.
That is a bad name. Like,
come on, kids, we're going up to the Big Bone Lick Park. Yeah, yeah, it's
I think we need to change that.
Yeah,
like, change it.
Just call it Big Bone. That's not good either.
Yeah, but
Big Bone Lick. Why did they ever name it that?
Yeah, like how'd they get that name?
They like licking big bones.
I guess so. Jeez.
Yeah. I guess if you're into licking the bone. I remember the bone on the old Raw.
No, you don't. That never happened. That is not canon to the WWE universe. That is only canon to the In Your Head universe.
It's pretty good. Robbie Scar said it looked like it was when we started. It looked like it was Otis versus Neil.
Oh, yeah.
I heard Meltzer, because Billy Corgan's been attacking Meltz, and Meltz was saying that Billy Corgan is a longtime subscriber to the Observer.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure.
He probably is.
Now but now he's all anti.
Yeah.
Good for them being on CW, though. I'm interested. I'll check it out when it starts.
Okay, that's cool. So it is official. They did get on C.
I guess so. I don't know. I guess.
Like Tony Khan makes Billy Corgan look less whiny. Like Billy Corgan looks like a little tough. I like Billy Corgan,
but I like Billy Corgan as a musician. I like Tony Khan better as a wrestling dude. I would say this. I would just say Tony Khan's got to lay off the internet a little bit. He also announced he's got a big announcement for Wednesday, and I hope it is. But you can't go to this like every week. Keep saying I've got a big announcement.
What if his announcement is we're going to?
It might be something big. I don't know.
We're going to go head to head with the Blood Money show, and we're going to beat them.
We're going to do it from North Korea.
Mm-hmm. What if
we found our own dictator to compete?
Dictator.
I don't think they have. I don't think North Korea has the money though that Saudi Arabia has.
I hear they're a drug empire, and that's why
they can compete in human cruelty, but I don't think they can compete in money.
What if his big announcement is Jim Cornette is now my bitch?
That'd be pretty awesome.
And then he's just like, "Who's my big bitch?" And then he's like, "I'm your big bitch."
He would fear for his life though if Cornette came after him.
Well, that's why he's got the dog collar with like a shock on it, so he could shock him.
That'd be pretty cool. That would be pretty fun.
You should just keep a camera on him 24/7 if that's the case.
And he's like, "Go get me some Dairy Queen, Cornette." And he sings him out. If you get mad, I'm shocking you.
And he's super like woke too, which is like the funny part. You'd think he'd be like all redneck, but he's like super woke. Jim Cornette.
Yeah, but honestly, by name only, like he says, he says he's liberal but the thing is, he's like one of the most sexist guys I've ever heard.
Yeah, you hear him talking though, and he'll throw out just like really woke stuff, and I'm like, oh, what?
Well, only by I don't really agree. I mean, he kind of says he is, but I mean, he's like super sexist and
well, he's like white
homophobic.
Guilt woke, like a white guilt old man, kind of like whatever. I'm not going to talk about that.
I think he's a very much a hypocrite in wrestling and in his social and political beliefs.
Politically he hates Trump, but then Vince McMahon loves Trump, but he doesn't want Vince McMahon to go to jail. And it's like, what the hell? Like he's like, keep Vince out of jail. Yeah. He used to pay me a lot. Probably still paying him if you want to.
Oh, he's probably if he's
probably getting checks on the side from Vince. It's just my theory. I mean, why does he not bury WWE so hard? I mean, WWE does some pretty heinous stuff. I mean, he can't be loving everything on WWE.
No, I mean, I don't think he does. I don't know. I don't really listen.
He don't bury it to the extent.
Yeah. No, he's got a personal like vendetta versus AEW. All right, that was the end of the questions.
I hope that is his announcement. Just brings him out. And like Brian Lass is like the human centipede part of
they sew his mouth.
They just have Brian Lass's head shoved up Cornette's ass.
Yeah, he is the last peed.
Yeah, there you go.
That'd be good.
Would you watch if Brian Last was going to shit out Cornette and Brian Last's species?
Hell yeah, that'd be good.
He's the
feed feed him. That'd be good.
Mm-hmm.
Rest in peace, Dieter Laser. The Dr. Heitzer from Human Centipede passed away during COVID.
Yeah, that's a shame. You interviewed him back in the day.
Yeah, a couple times I met him too. He's a good guy. All right. I believe his last podcast interview with us, he had stopped doing interviews and he did one for us the second time around. Trivia. That's how Annabelle and I met, was through the Human Centipede. She did a painting of Dieter Laser, and I had just interviewed him, and I saw the painting. I was like, oh, I just interviewed him, and then we started talking. So that's a good basis of a friendship, I think, is the Human Centipede.
You always have that.
It brings people together.
Yeah.
Intra and I met the same way. We met through Get in the Ring.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Get in the ring.
Get in the ring and Connect
audio
4.
wrestling.
Yeah.
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 You're a brutal competitor in the Connect 4.
Yeah, I do play games to win.
It was like, we're just having this friendly little game. And Jack's like, you would not win a single match.
I am competitive in games. I don't know. It's just even when I was a kid in chess club and all this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I used to. This is a true thing. When I would win in chess, when I was like I was 6th grade, 7th grade, 6th grade probably, and I would sing, "I am the champion. No time for losers, 'cause I am the champion."
What a good sport. What a good sport.
But then I won the chess club tournament. It's pretty rocking. 6th grade was my peak year. I won the chess club tournament. I won a computer with my report card, and I got a plaque from Ronald Reagan for maintaining a average elementary school. And then my life just went down after that into an abyss. Until I met the Inchman and we started In Your Head. Then it was all middle of the road. No, it was all uphill after that.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'd rather have a certificate from the monkey that he used to be in the films with. And Ronald Reagan.
Yeah.
What was the monkey's name?
I don't know, but I know you mean.
I'm trying to remember what it was. I forgot what it was.
Bonzo. Bedtime for Bonzo.
Hell yeah, I'd rather have a Bonzo certificate. Pretty awesome.
The Vendex Head Start system was the computer I won in the 6th grade. And this was, what was it, 1988. So not a lot of people really had home computers. And they used to, who advertised the Vendex Head Start system was King Kong Bundy. Because it was like, it was so easy, even this idiot could use it. And it was like,
Man.
was this big no moron.
You were destined for wrestling. Like,
Exactly.
no one had that freaking computer. Like, it's like
I told my mom, I was like, you got to be home that Saturday because I'm winning the computer. And she's like, you can't get your hopes up like this because you're going to get really disappointed, when you don't win. And boom, they called me up.
Hell yeah.
Computer.
Man, in the 80s, I would sign up for I'd call into the radio station. I'd call into the TV stations. I'd win stuff all the time in the 80s and the 90s.
And it was a
CGA
monitor, which the other person I knew who had a computer was Chris Shipley, and it was a monochrome. And I was like, hell yeah, I got 4 colors. Boom!
Bam, in your face.
Oh.
Take that, Shipley, the shit.
Exactly. Then I remember upgrading to the VGA. It was 8 colors, I think. It is weird. I remember the video games. Like I used to really like the Sierra games, like King's Quest. And
Yeah.
Leisure Suit Larry. And they'd have like 20 discs, and it'd be like you'd have to keep like taking out the floppy disk and put in disc 5. And
Yeah.
so
My dad was a computer like nerd, like guy in the 80s. He'd build computers for people in the 80s and 90s, and so I always had a computer too.
I wish they made those big floppy disks like.
That's what it was, the 5 1/4 ones. Yeah.
I wish they still made
one
those,
originally. Yeah.
like a new version of it.
Do they make the Sierra games though? Because you think like they were advanced for that time. Like do you think like a new Leisure Suit Larry or something would be pretty cool today?
Yeah, they came out with one on the PlayStation 2.
Oh, okay.
I think they changed a lot. Like it wasn't like
yeah.
It was.
You
Different.
can still play the old ones. Like I remember in the 80s, like listening
They're
to
really
like
hard to
Sir
even figure out because you had to figure out what to even type in. It was like pick up. Sometimes like you couldn't even figure out what the hell you're doing if you had to actually type in like everything you did.
Yeah.
And then if you type in like if you try to type in, not so much with Leisure Suit, but I remember King's Quest, if you type in a bad word, it'd be like, that's a naughty, little wizard or whatever.
Those are so funny. Like I heard like there's a show called Game Grumps on YouTube that they interviewed like the lady who made the King's Quest games, and she's doing a new game right now. Like in like a King's Quest game.
Yeah, I really like those games.
Yeah, so she's doing a brand new one right now. So
oh, cool.
Yeah.
My picture was because they couldn't afford, I guess, to bring in the actual King Kong Bundy, so I took a picture next to a cardboard cutout of King Kong Bundy with the computer, and that was on that, and a copy of my report card was up on, and it was called Computer Magic. And it was on the wall there for years.
Was it like? Was it like the main contest for like everything?
Well, it was a local, one the computer, printer, games. It was a big thing for the time, 1988.
But was it for the company? So could you have met King Kong Bundy?
Well, it was a local computer store. So I think it was just a local thing because you had to. Well, how you won was you brought in your report card, and for every A you got an entry.
Oh yeah.
And so I had. At the time I was like an A student, but So anyway, the picture was on the wall. It was in the local Broadsider, which I don't have. I don't know why I never keep it. But the point was, they got closed for tax evasion. So then my picture was no longer there. Dang. I wish I would have thought of just going and say, "Hey, you guys are getting shut down. Can I have this picture?
Can I take this off the wall?" Somebody out there somewhere probably has that.
Maybe, yeah. They throw darts at it. This fucker won the computer. I was trying to win it.
But now you have a real picture with King Kong Bundy.
That's very true, Incher. With you.
Man, yeah.
I remember the computer I wanted was the old dot matrix.
Mm-hmm.
And it worked. I had it. I ended up throwing it away just because, like, it became. I really couldn't find the paper anymore.
Mm-hmm.
With the
little
feeder
dot.
But it still worked, and it's like old VCRs. Like I think our original, and I just threw away after a while because it was like the old top loader, but it still worked. The point was they used to make stuff to last. Now they make stuff that it breaks down, so you have to just keep buying it.
Planned obsolescence.
What?
Planned obsolescence is called. They know that if nobody has to buy a new one, then they have to.
Yeah, exactly. Like that dot matrix, it probably would still work if I had it, but I had it for like 20 years, and like it just is out of date. But now, like if I think about all like the printers I've gone through since then, like none of them would last very long, or VCRs and then DVD players, and that stuff never lasts long.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, I had a good time.
I had fun.
Mm-hmm.
Nice seeing you guys.
It was good to see you.
Yeah, it's been a long time already.
Yeah. Hope you're doing well. See some of your paintings up on the wall. Glad to see you're still doing that.
Oh, yeah.
You still writing?
Oh, yeah. You can see that on Facebook all there. I always
Sweet.
have a bunch of stuff there.
Awesome. I'll tell Annabelle I talked to you. We're doing Without Your Head on Thursday. We'll have Joe Castro on, effects artist, and he'll be talking about his new movie, Terror Tunes 4. So that'll be fun. And we're also going to do the finals. We're going to announce the winners of our annual Halloween costume contest and pumpkin carving contest. And if anyone wants to enter that, you have till tomorrow. So send those over to the Without Your Head Facebook page. So get to work on it, Bruce.
Okay. Got to find a pumpkin.
Yeah, it does have to be any kind of gourd. So if you can get creative with it. It doesn't have to be a pumpkin. One year I carved radishes.
I have a plantain.
Yeah, that's to carve a plantain or decorate it somehow.
Okay.
What was that?
The original Jack-o'-lantern legend had to do with the turnip.
That's right. That's exactly right. Before pumpkins introduced to carve turnips.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Did you carve a pumpkin?
No.
I didn't either. I feel bad. My brother brought me a pumpkin, but I just didn't have time. I was away for the weekend and stuff.
That's how it goes.
I'm turning into Cinderella.
It's true. Instead of turning a pumpkin, I'm turning to Cinderella. But I'm always been interested in Cinderella, he told me.
No. You don't look like you're not blonde.
I am down here.
No, you're not.
Maybe I bleached my pubes.
With your dollar store just for men.
Just for him. Just for him. Yeah.
You'd be like Ric Flair blonde then down there.
It's actually not quite as dark in reality, but the video does make it really dark.
Alrighty.
All right, we'll be back. Oh, next week we'll actually be here with some guests. We're going to have 3 wrestlers from Out in the Ring, which is a new documentary about LGBTQ representation in wrestling. And so we're going to have, remind me, Intro, I actually have the link for both of us so we can watch the screener before next week.
Mm-hmm.
And we will have pro wrestlers Reza Clark, Ashton Starr, and Mike Perro from Out in the Ring. Out in the Ring looks at the lives of LGBTQ professional wrestlers past and present and the history of LGBTQ representation in professional wrestling, told through a combination of archival footage and interviews without performers, wrestling's journalists, and historians, friends, and allies. All right. So that'll be good. That's played a bunch of festivals, directed by my friend Rai Levy. All right. We'll be back next week. Thank you, guys. Help support the show. You can join the group, join the YouTube page here, or you can Venmo at Headyverse, or you can PayPal, or just share out the show. That also helps. All right. We'll be back next week. See you, folks.
Andre the Giant. Andre was big, yeah, yeah, yeah. It was not small, no, no, no. Andre could drink, and he could fight. Drink, 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 and a fight, fight, fight. Andre was big, yeah, yeah, yeah. It was not small, no, no, no. Andre could drink, and he could fight. Drink, 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 and a fight, fight, fight. Andre the Giant. Andre was big, yeah, yeah, yeah. It was not small, no, no, no. Andre was great, he was not bad. A great big heart and a great big man. Andre was big, yeah, yeah, yeah. It was not small, no, no, no. Andre could drink and he could fight. drink, drink, and a fight, fight, fight. Andre the Giant.
From Grenoble, France.
Join me, join Jackie Jones here on the dark side. Goodbye, folks.